Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
Oh,
oh.
I forgot that. I forgot that button does that. Oops.
Hey!
Doesn't matter. Hey, we're
live.
here now. We're all good. Doesn't matter.
very good.
And we have sound.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to another session with us, Dork Vision. So, a brief rundown of who we are and what we do. Welcome to Ascension, a Monster Hunter Dungeon and Dragon persistent campaign. So, we're Dork Vision, a group of 5 online and real life friends who have come together to create and share an unscripted, actual play D&D experience of Amellwind's Guide to Monster Hunting. We will have 2 of us taking turns sharing the Dungeon's Master seat, myself and DM Trojan. Our 4 players are Connor, Kat, Matt, and whichever DM that isn't currently pulling the strings. So, Ascension follows the story of 5 characters looking to make a name for themselves in the old world of Monster Hunter. Surviving the monsters alone is challenging enough, but not everything in this dangerous land is as it seems. Follow along as the party battles massive creatures and uncover mysteries. Now, Trojan, go ahead and recap what we did last session.
Last time on Ascension, we started our party off in the fortified fortress city of Verudo, where they had recently spoken with an Aldor Picklereckle, a rather eccentric gnome. And from there, they ran into a familiar Carl Jr. for some snacks before trying to make their way into the inner city. But they found themselves blocked there by 2 guards who seemed unwilling to allow them to pass without a entrance pass, and the one that they had seemed a bit too damaged to function properly. A bit dismayed, but nevertheless determined, our party turned around and searched for work in the outer city. There they found a job posting board where a rather well-dressed gentleman had just finished posting a job posting. They spoke with him, one Louis B.K., and followed him back to his apartment to talk a little bit of business. This gentleman sent them on a quest to retrieve some very interesting black flowers from the marshes near to Verudo. And they also had another posting there to retrieve a lost Mufa wandering, presumably, in the marshes. They made their way to the swampy marshlands, dealt with swarms of biting insects, some rather capricious hermit crab-like creatures, before wandering around and finding a rather grisly sight, a dead body tucked away in the reeds. Some thorough investigation led them to discover that this, in fact, was riddled with stab wounds, presumably from some sort of blade. And they found several pieces of information, notes as well as an intricate dagger that contained a small key in its hilt, as well as the insignia of one, perhaps nefarious organization. With that in mind, they buried the body and continued down, finding their flowers and their lost Mufa, but unfortunately also finding a rather powerful Basarios, which beset into the party and put up quite a powerful fight before they finally managed to fell it. Back to you.
Well, and that's where we ended last time. So, at this point, after a long fight, and everybody was wounded, except our little Palco. But everybody seems to be exhausted and wounded. At this point, Mitsutani, she felt sick in the stomach. Her being a frontline fighter, and obviously it's been a real long day for her, witnessing some death that are not monsters. Well, both monsters and a guy. She feels uneasy and would like to go back to the city. She looks over to her party and asks Shizumu, "Hey, I don't feel real good. Are we done here? We found the sheep, right?"
We found the
Maybe we
sheep,
should head back.
found the flowers. I think we have no other real reason to be out here.
The flowers didn't get crushed during the fight, right?
No, I got a bag full of them. As she kind of has like one of them like notched in her hair. Specifically one she decided was hers.
Okay. I mean, I don't think there's any other reason for us to be out here anymore, as far as I know.
Mm.
We came to get both things we came to do, and we found a body, which we didn't expect.
Maybe don't mention the body around Mizutani.
She give you Mizutani give Jirak a glance. Easy for you to say, you know, you just blast spells at people and kill stuff all the time. What about you, Davon? What are you doing or thinking?
Davon also believes it may be good to head back. Everyone got pretty badly hurt during that fight, and I believe Davon's actually kind of low on his magical resources as well.
What do you mean
So-
hurt? I'm perfectly fine.
Well, you are, but actually, you are looking kind of rough there. But I know I and Mizutani took quite a few hits from that creature.
So we did.
Nothing that sitting in the water for an hour won't fix.
I'm not sure I want to sit in the water out here.
No.
I don't quite have your resilience.
Well, let's head back then, I suppose.
I think that's for the best.
Alright. So you guys are heading back to town?
Mm-hmm. Definitely before anything else comes down and tries to eat our Muffalo.
Sure. So on the way back, nothing crazy, nothing too dangerous that jumps out at you guys or anything like that. But also at the same time, the sun is going down, and it is currently 5-6 p.m. ish. So where would you guys like to head to?
We need to find that farmhouse, right? So we can get Belle back to her owner.
Yeah. I think we should return Lady Belle before we do anything, or Lady Bella before we do anything else, or attempt to at least. Let me look at the.
I want to say it was a farmhouse with a blue roof and a chimney.
Yeah, I have it written down. It says, meet me for more information at the farming district, house with a blue chimney.
There we go.
And that's pretty much all the information that was written on there, so we don't know anything more than that. So I would say we should go look for that first.
Yeah.
Alright. Great. Yeah, so you guys head back to town, easy travel, and you guys go to the farming district, and it's quite easy to find that one farmhouse with the blue chimney. Everybody see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is a nice little cottage with a bunch of trees and flower beds in the front. The door is closed. See a dim light coming out, like a candle flicking kind of light coming out from the window.
I suppose we just go up and knock. I don't see anything
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah, I'll. How are we? I'm assuming that we're just kind of leading the Mufa along with us, right? Like it has some type of rein, or is it just following us?
Well, there's like a little rope around the neck.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So I'm pulling, I'm pulling the Mufa along with us, just gently though, up to the front door, and I'm letting Davon knock on the door.
Yeah. So Davon will knock on the door a couple of times there.
You hear like loud coughing echoing through. Who's that?
My name is Davon. Me and my friends are responding to your posting that you made about Lady Bella?
Yes, please, please come in. I can't get up at the moment. Forgive me.
Sequel to
I'll follow Davon into the house with,
Yeah,
with
Davon's
Lady Bella.
gonna like cautiously open the door and
Yeah.
try to inconspicuously cover his mouth and nose.
I do the same.
Izumo was just like, man, even I don't want to get near that lady.
Mitsutani looks over at Davon and she's like, aren't you a paladin? Aren't you guys supposed to not get sick?
Eventually, my connection will be able to keep me from getting sick. But I also don't want to. I don't know. It's a habit.
I think we're losing you.
A
Okay.
little bit.
He's falling into the abyss. Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh,
Yeah, it's the old lady's house. Too strong.
Yes. So you creaks the door open. The door is unlocked, and you see it's a very simple cottage with simple little chair and table. Smell like an old granny's house. And there's like a small bed, and on there is a very skinny old lady. She seems bedridden. And she coughs all the time. And interestingly, she seems severely ill. She noticed that you guys walked in, and despite you guys being bloody and wounded and whatnot, she immediately noticed her dear little Mufa that's, you guys are dragging along. She's like, oh, my little baby Bella. Thank you so much for bringing it back to me. Oh, my dear baby girl. I'm sorry, I'm just real sick at the moment. I tried to go find her, but I can barely get out of bed. Oh, my poor old me.
No worries, no worries. We were able to help, and we're glad to do so. Do you need help?
Yes, but there's nothing I can do right now. I took some herbal medicine the other day, but it just seems to be getting worse by the day.
What
And
medicine did you take? What herbs?
Who'd you get it from?
We just from picking herbs and mix them together. There's no doctors or anything like that out here.
I kind of grab Davon's shoulder a little bit and kind of lean down and say, yeah, I feel like we should probably do something. Maybe try to make her some medicine or at least help her in some way. I feel kind of bad.
Well, the gentleman that we're returning these flowers to may be able to come up with something.
Yeah,
He seemed
I
like an
have
alchemist to me.
I have a quick question a quick observation about that. They're both sick. You think something's connected there?
That's a good point.
Because
There could be something
was
going
also
around the town.
coughing. Yeah, exactly.
We'll need to
So,
keep an eye out to see if anyone else is showing some of the same symptoms. There might be something in the water or something around the area.
mhm.
Oh no, it's in the water.
See, he didn't tell us, or no, never mind. Yes, he did. All right. Well,
And as you guys are discussing, she gotta please bring little Lady Bell to come close, and I thank you so much for taking up my request. I don't have much, but please come close. I might be able to give you some rewards.
I bring Lady Bella closer to her and let her, pet her and everything, and make sure that she's gonna stay there with her. But
Eh.
I decline the reward, whatever it is. She doesn't need to give us anything.
As you come closer to uh the old granny, um you notice that she doesn't look right. There are on her skin and arms, there are little bumps. They're like bumpy. Um
Bumps
and
that are
whatnot.
bumpy, of course.
Yes, around um 1 inches in diameter. Is it
Okay.
something he's trying
Damn.
to poke out of her skin?
Big ass bump.
Oh yeah.
Ew.
And
Can
it's
I
all
make,
over. And
can I
it's
try
all
to
over.
make it like a medicine check to figure out what the hell that it like? Does it look like a parasitic infection, or is it?
How are you checking on her?
So I'm not getting too close to them. Obviously, I'm keeping my distance, but um, I'm kind of just examining her arm and like trying to get as good of a look at bumps as I can. Like maybe like does she seem to be sweating? Is there a um is she moving flu-like symptoms, like the fatigue and rashes, anything accompanying that other than just the bumps?
Sure, roll medicine check.
He's
Wait,
just like poking her head in the door. She doesn't want to come in
don't
there
have anything, right?
Probably for the best.
for multiple
Yeah.
reasons.
Oh damn, that could have been better. Okay, well that's a 9.
You can tell that she's like sweating for sure. And it's like her body is like shaky, probably like a cold sweat, kind of feverish looking, when you're like having a fever and you're like cold at the same time. And the bumps that you observed, they are not they don't look like they're moving. They're
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's something.
but it looks like something is for sure trying like growing underneath.
Hmm. That sounds like a parasitic infection to me. But
It's not moving or anything. It's like hard. It's like
yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I walk back out to the rest of the group and I ask the group collectively, does anybody, I can't remember, does anyone have a herbalism kit or know how to use it?
I do. Yes.
You do?
Mhm.
I also do, I guess.
I also asked the rest of the group. I know someone picked a gloam grass root last time. I know someone picked at least one of it. Does anybody here have a bitter bug?
Look at my pack real quick and see if I've gotten anything like that.
We can try to make her some medicine, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. But I feel bad just leaving her and not doing something.
You recall the Palico picked the Gloamgrass root.
I also
Okay.
picked some glowing grass.
Okay. I knew we picked at least one or two of them.
I do not have any bitter bug.
I don't believe I have one. We unfortunately have not encountered a lot of bugs or or rocks either. So
Yeah.
it's a little unfortunate, but that is okay.
Pretty oomphy moment.
Yeah, okay, so I will well, I ask you guys, is there anything you think we could do to help her out? Like anything we could make? I don't think a potion would do much here. I think it would require more of a medicinal side to it, but she said she's already taken some medicine, but I don't know what she made. Anybody have any ideas?
Let me look real quick. I don't think there's going to be a lot that I can do, not without knowing
Yeah.
more about this.
Yeah, same. I can't really. I don't think there's anything else I can do at the moment. I'm walking around her house for as they're all rummaging through their bags. Does it look? Does she have like house plants or maybe like a garden area inside her house? Like maybe she has like a windowsill pot or something.
Yeah, but you find a little plot in the backyard.
Does it look?
But
What is she
most of
growing?
the stuff are wilted, and there's some
What-
cabbages, some tomatoes, just food.
Does it look like
you
she's
know.
growing any herbs or is it just food in general?
Yeah, there's some herbs.
What's growing?
But
there?
they're all
Just-
wilted. It looks like she has not been taking care of them or watering them for a
Well,
long
I'm
time.
gonna use Druidcraft and make them bloom. Revive them a little bit here. What exactly
Okay.
is she growing?
Very nice.
I'll just link that.
Just basic herbs.
Just basic
Yeah.
herbs, nothing out of the
Yeah.
ordinary. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can
Um,
try and pick them.
I-
But, it's the herb that
Nah.
you guys are familiar with.
yeah, I wanted to see if she was growing something that we could possibly use to help her, but it doesn't seem like it. Well, I'm out of ideas at the moment, unless anyone else has anything else they might be able to do. I don't.
Davon shakes his head.
I can heal, I can't cure. There's a difference between those two words.
I do
Yeah.
have. I forgot. Were items that were marked with guild chest items? Those are returned at the end of quests, right?
Yep.
Okay, because
Correct.
I had something in my inventory I hadn't used yet. Okay, that's my fault.
Okay, well,
Then
at
yeah,
this
I'm all out.
point, you look over and you saw this old lady just on the bed, just softly and slowly petting this little Mufa, little sheep. And she has tears running down her eyes. She's like, "My dear Bella, I don't know how long I can stay with you, my baby girl. I don't even know what I can do." And she looks over to you guys and she's like, "One last thing. If you don't mind just putting more water into the backyard, the trough, and give my baby girl some grasses and food.
Oh,
I
I do go back and do that. I dump, whatever's, however much I had in my water skin, all of that. I grab a pail. I notice, I'm assuming she has a well or something around there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I grab whatever I have, put it in the trough for her. I, Druidcraft the grass to make sure she has plenty to eat and everything, so she's not starving or whatever. And, I go back into her and I ask her, you said there's no doctor in the town, right? Like no doctor in Verudo that would help you? Or that you know of at least?
Not out here. We're poor and just farmers,
We're,
Yeah.
who's
I
we?
can't. The people.
Who is the people?
Have you not seen?
Who are you talking about? No, we've only, we went straight to your house. You mean the farming district in general?
The entire south side.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. The doctors and hospitals are all up in the north, inside the walls. They don't give a damn about us poor folks out here.
Mhm. I can guarantee you, if something like this started to hit the North Town, they'd find a cure to it real quick.
I kind of, I mean, like I said, I'm getting as close to her as I'm willing 2, which is not very, but I just mentioned to her that don't worry, I'm gonna find a way to to cure you and to help you out. We're gonna head back to the town for a brief moment, and we'll be back with help, hopefully some medicine or something, because I've never seen a condition like this before. I don't know what to do here, or what you might need.
Thank you, dear child, for the good intention.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't this bad yesterday. I feel like I'm not myself anymore.
How long have you had this, whatever it is? Did it start as a cough?
Yes, a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
It's just a cough, and I just thought it was a common cold. And then it started being like feverish. And then my body's starting to ache real bad. As if my bones are just not working anymore. And I thought I was just being old, you know. But this is something like I'd never seen. And then my skin, these bumps, and she started, rubbing her own arm and what. They're hard. They're real hard. It's not like normal. Something is real weird with me.
No, it's okay. We'll be back. Just get here. I asked someone to pass me their water skin, and I don't make her drink from it, but I kind of just water falling into her mouth so she's not dying or whatever.
Yeah, David will hand over his water skin for that.
Just waterboard a dying old lady?
Oh, waterboard. No, I tell her to open her mouth so she can drink. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes, you waterfall the old lady.
I'm sure that she's probably been in the bed for a little bit. So she's probably thirsty or whatever. Y'all are ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous.
No, she's like.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
She's like.
What are you doing?
She took a big gulp and she's like, "Oh, thank you, young man. Worry not about me, as I feel like my days are going to be short. Just maybe come by every now and then to take a look at Lady Bella, if you wouldn't mind."
Of course, ma'am. We'll come by, but we're also going to see if we can find some way to help you out. We're hunters, so we might be able to get access to the North City, and maybe then some doctors as well.
She doesn't say anything at you, but when you guys say that you guys are hunters, she just give you a glance, and then she just close her eyes and turn herself facing the wall. And she just doesn't say anything.
I know what reputation hunters have in Verudo. We're not from Verudo, if that makes you feel any better. We're only here to help. They're not being too kind to us either, but that's what we came here to fix, so don't worry.
Yes. Well, anyhow, this old lady is tired. You might yourself out. Thank you again.
Of course.
I do have near the door. There's a bag of different furs and whatnot. If you guys want some, I might not have any more use for those anyways. Being this sick and all. and then she put the blankie over her, and she closed her eyes and sleep.
Davon gestures for Jirak to head out.
Yeah, I walk past the Mufa skins. I would feel wrong taking them. I know she might not need them, but I would still feel bad.
Yeah, it's same. I don't want to take anything from this dying old lady.
Yeah.
So Davon shuts the door behind him and lets out like a long sigh. That's not going well in there. She's extremely sick, and we think it might have something. It might be something plaguing Lower Town. So make sure you all wash your hands thoroughly after touching stuff down here. We're gonna go take these flowers, and Davon nods to Shy, over to that gentleman and ask him if he's seen anything else about this illness. There's some pretty obvious symptoms that we may be able to spot on him, so we're going to ask about that.
Well, he already has the cough that she said it started as.
Yeah, the way she
So
made it sound
that's-
was she started going down fast as well. She wasn't like this
Yeah.
yesterday, she said.
Yeah,
So there is a slim possibility that he's already showing the rash, or the showing the pustules.
She said it lasted for at least a couple weeks, so I mean, he probably has some time, but who knows? All right, so let's what time is it right now? In about how long did that take? Like an hour?
6:30, something like that.
Okay, so we're gonna head back to Louis BK's house.
Mhm.
Is he currently there? I mean, I'll knock on the door, but
Yeah.
okay.
You knock on the door and you hear his voice coming out.
Hey, hey, is that you guys?
Yeah.
It is us guys. Yes.
Hey, yeah, come on in. And you hear a lock click.
It's okay. You go in.
I didn't realize how hot Louis was until now.
Alan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Louis walks over and kind of slumps himself down, but takes a seat in his chair seated at his big desk with all of his writing implements there. He looks, a bit under the weather, perhaps.
A little bit worse for wear. So
Shizumu just holds out the bag. Not saying anything,
Well-
just hold that out.
Well, I asked him before we hand him that. What you said these flowers are used for ink, right?
Yeah. They make some of the blackest blacks.
So we had come across the other help wanted post above whatever you were posting when we found you, your request. We fulfilled that. We came across this, nice old lady. Just a quick question. How long have you had that cough?
I don't know. I guess a couple, the other day I wasn't feeling too hot, but it really just kind of picked up today. It's not too bad. It's nothing. Allergies. It's the season.
Have you noticed any rashes or?
Yeah, I'm giving him a
Anything like
glance
that?
down. Yeah, does he seem to be sweating? Does he have perhaps the beginnings of lesions or scratch marks on his arm or whatever?
Are you just looking him over?
Kind of, just kind of glancing at his forearms whenever he's gesturing while he's talking, or his hands, seeing if he's got a sweat on his brow or his forehead or whatever.
Davon straight up asked him if he's got any rashes or lesions or anything like that have formed recently.
Sure. Jirak, you can make a perception, and to Davon, he says, no, nothing like that. Just a little tickle in my throat is all. And Jirak, you don't actually see anything like that. You don't see any of the strange lumps that you had seen previously.
Okay.
Unfortunate old lady.
Well, you know about mixing these plants for ink. Do you have any other herbalism or alchemy training? Anything like that?
Oh, I can't say I really do. I mean, I can make any color ink you'd like, but outside of that, I think my practice is a bit limited in scope for what you're looking for.
Well, we
Like
did find an herb for you as well.
Oh, thank God.
That we did.
Maybe that will calm your cough down a little bit.
Oh, you guys are the best.
Davon hands over his herb. Go
So,
ahead and clear that out.
might you know of any uh where are the doctors in the city located? Just for reference, we're gonna be here for a while, and we might get injured along the way.
Doctors. Huh. Well, I mean, there's a full-on hospital out in the north side of the city.
Right, of course there is. Okay.
He looks sympathetic. Says, yeah, all the good stuff's up there. Say, the
Okay.
flowers, you got them, right?
He's
We
still
do.
just holding the bag out.
Hey, we hand.
He
So
walks
I remember.
over to Shizumu and grasps the pouch.
I remember Shizumu said she kept a couple of them for herself, like either in her hair or like hidden away.
There's one in her hair, but she has a few others.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as
Naturally.
the pouch is full, he's good with that.
Okay.
Says, all right, yeah, you guys are the real deal. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I thought it was gonna be weeks before I got some more. I had just run out of ink too.
There you go.
Hmm.
So about our gate pass, what are we gonna do about that? We fulfilled our end of the bargain.
Right, yeah. That you did. I mean, honestly, you guys seem pretty trustworthy, and you went through the hassle of going all the way out to the marshes, and from the looks of you guys, kind of got your asses kicked out there too. God,
It
Seen,
was-
seen
was
better
tough,
days.
yeah.
I'm fine. I'm
Could
used
be
to this.
worse.
I mean, you're bleeding, like actively bleeding on my floor, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
She's just like she like looks down, just goes, "Oh, well."
Not a problem. Well worth it for the midnight hellebore. But well, I'll tell you, these like I said, these things, I wasn't lying when I said these make a fine ink. Ink that can have some even mystical components enchanted into it.
Hmm.
And remind me, did you hand him the gate pass last time? I know he asked for it.
Yes.
I think we
I-
showed it to him.
We
at the
showed it
they
to him,
did.
but we didn't hand it to him. We just showed
I
it.
think we took it back after.
Yeah.
You gotta look at it.
Okay, right. I know Shizumu, I believe, was the one in possession of that. So
Hmm.
he says, that gate pass, you still have it, right?
Plus, Sheila holds it out.
He holds his hand. Now,
Just
there's a tick
just
on it.
claps it in his hand. Just boom.
So he kind of puts it down on his desk and takes out his pen and a special inkwell from a kind of locked drawer in his desk. And as he dips it into like the last drop, let's say, of this rather empty inkwell, you see he makes a mark on the note, and it is the exact color and texture of all of the markings on this rather burned and crumpled gate pass. So it's a pretty good match, huh? And he kind of smiles slyly.
Well, aren't you a little smart one, huh?
That's pretty impressive. How did you do that? Or is it just the blackest black ink, apparently, from the flower?
Says, well, half of it's materials, but the other half is a touch of artistry, if I might say so myself. I've gotten pretty adept at making documents, let's say.
Hmm.
A
It
good
is
skill
very-
to have.
I'll
is
keep
very
it in
impressive.
mind.
It's no harm, right? I make some documents, some people purchase them, I make a little gold. It's a victimless crime, right?
If you ask me, if doing the heaven's work, those assholes up there.
He chuckles a bit and then coughs again. Says, no kidding. They certainly do a good job of keeping everyone out that isn't on their VIP list. I mean, hell, their own guild members. They don't even let you guys in.
That's troublesome, to say the least.
Hmm.
Very, yeah, that's very annoying. But hopefully this, did he only make one pass or did he make?
He only had the one.
He didn't actually like make a pass, but he
But
kind
he,
of
like,
showed
kind
you
of
that he could.
He restored it.
duplicate. Yeah. Well,
Okay,
he
so-
didn't fix it entirely. It is still burned to a rather crispy crisp, but he showed you that he could duplicate the writing on it and the ink and all of
So
that.
we ask him, is he able to make more of them or forge some to help us get in there?
He nods slowly and says, "Yeah, I could certainly get you some, but it's not going to be right away. How many passes are y'all looking for?"
5.
We would need 5 to get into the.
Hopefully not a 6th one for his dog.
We'll tell the dog to sit outside.
5 passes. That's gonna take a bit of time.
Well, actually, you restored this one, so I guess we'd only need 4.
Well, that's assuming they would
It-
take that one.
Yeah, he like marked it up a bit, but it's like I said, it is still very like the barcode bit is still rather burned and crispy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But
yeah, 5 then.
Time won't be a problem. I wanted to do some looking around this town anyway. So we have time.
Well, I mean, if time's not a problem, I think maybe week and a half, I could get you 5.
I think we can find something to do in that amount, in that span.
We can
Yeah,
definitely
I'm
find
sure we
something
could
to
find
do.
something. Actually, I kind of gesture to the group as a whole, but I lean down towards Davon and I just let him know. Finish up. I don't have anything else here that I could contribute that you guys, because you have all the information, and he's already seen the past and he's shown us what he can do. So I'm gonna let you guys finish up here, and I'm going to. I can finish this up after we're done here, but while they're speaking to Louis, I'm going over to Aldor's office because I want to read some more of his books to see if I can find anything on whatever that mystery disease might be. So I'm,
Alright.
spending my time walking over to his office if he'll let me in. He may not. It's very late.
Sure. So we'll allow your departure here and finish up with the other 2 and we'll visit you in a moment there.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys are wrapping up your visit with Louis, he hand each of you some coins as a payment for gathering the plants. 30 gold each.
Okay.
You can buy more food.
Is that with the +5 from the herb?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was originally 25 apiece.
Yeah.
Very
Sad-
food motivated, aren't you, Shy?
Yes.
I can respect that.
It
Yeah,
solves a
and-
problem.
And I suppose you guys are heading to outdoors.
Yeah. And while we're moving through the city, Davon's going to begin looking around to see, paying attention to other people, seeing if they're coughing or if he can spot any more of those lesions, just to see if this is spreading or isolated at the moment.
Alright. As you're walking down the street, since it is nighttime, there's less people out. But you do notice that every other person, they're coughing.
So it is definitely, at least the cough is spreading.
Mm-hmm.
As we pass by the market area, I'm gonna peek in it and see if anybody's still there.
You see Carl cleaning up shop.
Oh.
He's rolling all the banners that say "May the 4th be crispy" up, and he's closing that up. It seems like he sold a bunch of food today.
Well,
You saw him earlier, but also seeing him, it reminds you of somebody that you found in the wilderness that might or might not fit the description as his friend Joaquin.
yeah, she's like debating whether or not she wants to go over there. She kind of like starts heading in that direction.
Hey, if it isn't my best customer.
Hey, Carl. Uh, so question: what'd you say your friend looked like?
Joaquin, did you see him? He's got like a scar over his eye and like normal hair, like a dude hair. And I don't know, he's just kind of looks like a guy, like me, but not quite so, and he gestures like wide.
Yeah. Well, I think we may have found him.
All right. Where is he, little rascal?
Well, when I say found him, I mean found his corpse.
Carl's his smile fades immediately to a look of shock, of disbelief, and then of shock again.
We were
No,
out.
no, can't be.
We were out doing some stuff that was posted up, and we came across a body. And at first, I thought it was him, and then I didn't think it was him. But and she like hold out the dagger that he had, hilt facing towards him. I found this on him.
His eyes go wide as he holds his hands out and accepts it and turns it over in his hands. Says, "Holy shit. This is his, all right."
We couldn't bring him back, but I do remember where I found him, and I even marked it specifically, and had his body buried so it wasn't messed with by any of the animals or anything like that. But he seemed to be dead for a couple of days.
Carl he sits down like on the ground, leaned up against his cart, and just kind of like buries his head in his hands for a moment, shaking it back and forth.
She sits down right next to him, really.
I can't believe it. Joaquin was my best friend. We had plans. We were gonna open a new Carl Jr.'s.
Are you gonna call it Carl's Juniors?
Yeah, it was brilliant, right? But he quickly turns to sadness again, since he's still turning the dagger over in his hand. Says, I'll have to talk to the morgue, get them to go out to where was it you said you found him? In the marsh?
Yeah, in the marsh. I specifically marked a rock with a symbol. It's right above where he's buried at.
Here, show me the symbol, and he hands you a paper. And he says, "I'll talk to the morgue out here, and they'll send a team retrieve the body."
She sketches out the skull and crossbones that she drew over the rock. It's specifically green.
Green rock.
Green marking.
He continues just kind of shaking his head and says, "Joaquin, he's not a hunter. What was he doing out there in the marsh? It makes no sense. He had no business out there. He lived here in the city."
Well, I mean, we found a bunch of stuff on him, but it didn't seem to be of the right side of the coin, if you know what I mean.
I don't think I do. What are you saying?
Well, we had found something kind of like this before, which is what led us to come here. It seemed he was a part of the same group that we've been kind of sort of semi-tracking that has been doing a lot of illegal monster part trading.
Monster part trading. What do you? I assume you gesture to the thing on the hilt.
Yeah.
It says, his Joaquin always told me that this was a family crest, but I've seen. No, that can't. Oh, Joaquin, what have you done? So he was hunting monsters? Something killed him out there?
I don't remember if we discerned whether or not it was a monster or God, heavens forbid, another person, but he did have a lot of slashings on him. I believe we think he was leaning towards another person, but I don't remember.
Who would want to kill him? He was a bookkeeper, for God's sake. He doesn't have a bad bone in his body.
Hmm.
Oh, gods. I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know. I better feed his cat, though.
Hmm.
If I know he hasn't been there, that thing will be hungry. Mr. Pickles. He's a good cat.
Well, if you ever need help or just somebody to talk to, you can always talk to me. And she kind of like pats him on the shoulder.
Aw.
Thanks. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm kind of out of friends now, and well, it's kind of you.
Well,
You
I'll be your friend.
Thanks. You any good with cats?
I've been around a few in my lifetime.
Mr. Pickles never really liked me. I don't know if he'll like you any better, but wanna come feed him with me?
Yeah, sure. The cat's anything like me, as long as you wave something smelly in its face, it'll come running out.
Well, he was always pretty fond of my fried bitterbugs, so I got a couple left in the bottom of the pot here. I'll scoop them a little back. We'll head over there if you got the time.
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. And with
All
that,
right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, he just stands up, dusts himself off a little bit. Still, you can see tears kind of welling in his eyes, and kind of chokes every now and then, but scoops up the rest of the fried bitterbugs from the bottom of his pot into a little baggie and prepares himself to head over to Joaquin's house.
She'll stand up, just keeping at his side. Making sure he's alright, tailing along with him.
At this point, Mitsutani just kind of signaled to everybody that, guys, I do not feel really good. And I don't know. I think I just need to go back to the inn early and rest up. Also, I'm still, kind of shook from what happened. And, she points at, like, her bleedy thigh. And said, fix this up. And, I don't know if I'm even comfortable going to this guy who died house. How about you guys go without me? I'm gonna head back early, and I'm gonna be done for the day.
All right.
Take care. We don't know who we're messing with at this point. And then she head back to the inn herself. Okay. And at this point, you guys talk to Carl, and he walks around. He pack up his little food carts, and he kind of like solemnly push it towards the back of the market, where he has his house, and he just park it there. and now he's leading you guys to Akeem's place to take care of his cat. And on the road, you see a familiar figure. A dragonborn. Kinda, he just snooping around, looking. You don't know what he's doing, but you know he's your friend, Sadavir.
And his trusty robot dog, Palamine.
And yes, and his robot dog. Sadavir saw you guys.
Remember, I'm not there. I'm walking towards Aldor's, so it's just y'all.
So Sadavir, seeing Devon and Chizuma, goes, "Hey, alright! There you guys are! Been waiting for you. Holy shit! Looks like you got hit by a truck. I don't even know what a truck is, but it looks like you got hit by one."
If it's-
I heard that saying in another town.
If it's big, rocky, and rolly, then yeah, that's exactly what we got hit by.
Not as rolly as it could have been.
Yeah, I
Thank
think that's
heavens.
a truck, you know? Like a rock. Oh, like it. Never mind. Yeah, you guys look like shit. How are you? What happened?
We found. Go ahead, Shy. Sorry.
Just going about doing those post-its we found. And, well, we kind of got our. They kind of got their butts handed to them, but hey, I'm fine.
You're bleeding.
Rolls his eyes.
When am I not bleeding?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, we found the flowers that pricked person was asking about, but we ran into some trouble while we were trying to get it. And thankfully, we managed to survive and subdue the monster. And we also found the Mufa that was on the other posting.
Hey, well done.
Sedavir,
Good.
have you noticed any like a lot of coughing or seen anybody with some weird lesions on them? I think there's something going around in this town.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking gross, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
everybody is just all over the place. It's like no respect. Just coughing to your elbow. My God.
It would definitely help stem the spread. The lady who owns the Mufa seems to be in like a late stage version of whatever this disease is, and she's not doing good at all. While our prick friend seems to be in an early stage of it.
I see.
We're headed over to this guy's
His friend's
actually
house.
shot. Yeah, his friend's house. We discovered his corpse out in the marshlands. He looks like he got tangled up in some pretty bad stuff. We're going over there to feed his cat. Do you do well with cats?
No.
You know, maybe I'll leave the dog outside. He gestures to Palamine.
Might be a good idea. I think tomorrow I'm gonna start investigating this disease a little bit more. Also, we're gonna have to wait about a little over a week, before we can get our passes.
I see.
Oh, I guess I should mention that the print guy is. And Davon looks around, lowers his voice a little bit. He's gonna get us. He's gonna make us some passes so we can all get into the North City.
Wow. All right. You guys have been productive.
Yeah.
Well, shit. Where is the angry one and the little one?
Mizutani is. She's not feeling well. I don't know if it's the same stuff. She's not coughing. I think it's something that she may have eaten or something. And Jirak is. I think he went off to look in those books some more.
Mizutani, apparently, she doesn't do well with dead people. So, she's stomach upside down, you know.
I see. Okay. So, where are we headed now? It's Carl Jr. Where is he taking us?
We're gonna go feed his cat.
As you guys are talking, Carl is leading you to a small street named Blastnut Street. And he stops at the house number 71, Blastnut Street. And you correctly recall, is the same address as the address on Hakeem's ID that you got from his body
Mm-hmm.
that has a little house key attached to it. If you guys recall correctly.
Yes.
At this point, Carl he got a pair of spare keys into his good friend's buddy's house. And he just click open the front door and he opens up the door and it smells.
Like what kind of smell? What are we talking about?
Blood
Oh.
Ooh, the smell that I would
And-
notice.
and cat litter,
Oh.
interestingly. Not very pleasant. Okay. And you go in here and Carl, he's like shocked seeing the state of the house as he light up a little lamp and unveils to you like the furniture is kind of messy. There's some blood stain on the floor that looks like someone used a rag that they trying to wipe it and then they gave up halfway. There's cat shit on pee all over. Things it looks like it was ransacked. Messy all over.
My gods, look at this place. The pigsty.
This kind of tracks with what we were thinking about when we were finding out some more information about this person. Were they? I'm trying to remember. Were they looking for something?
Mm-hmm.
He had.
You mean was Joaquin looking for something?
No, I thought Joaquin had something.
You mean on his body or?
I do remember.
Had something that they were looking for.
I do
don't
remember
what was the
he.
note?
It said that like a bunch of like passes that they were forging went missing.
Well,
Yeah, the passes.
I mean, I can read it off to you. It's it's in the handouts, but
Letter
what it
from
says-
Talon Company in the hand.
yeah, it just says number 0129. There's been a recent issue regarding a past distribution that has come to our attention. Number 0070 will come to your house to investigate and have a discussion with you regarding these issues. Expect a visit later today. You need to explain why the allocated entrance passes did not make it to some of the company's employees. We know how many employees were given to you by the guild, or I'm sorry, not how many employees, how many passes. You better have a good damn explanation as to why these passes were missing. The guild must not find out about their discrepancies. Lest it put our network to risk. You know how strict they are about keeping our arrangement discreet from the public.
Yeah, so they may have come and ransacked his house looking for those passes.
Yeah.
Oh, gods, where's the cat?
Yeah, as you're just asking that, you hear meow. There's a moan and whine in his bedroom.
Oh, it sounds like it's at least mostly alive. Let's go check on it.
Oh, I forgot to bring you guys to the map. Okay. So it's kind of like that. Now that you go into his bedroom, you see a corner of the bedroom, there's his desk with a bunch of documents and papers and notebooks on it. Also, there was some sort of a pegboard that's on top of the desk, with little pins and notes and calendars and to-do on that board. And then there's a little itty-bitty black cat sitting on his bed, kind of snoozing, real skinny at this point. Skin over bones, almost. Big sad. He's just meowing and just doesn't seem to have any energy at all. But once you look at the cat and his bed, you notice that there is a chest that has been pulled out of from under the bed, that has been battered. Like it looked like it has been smacked the shit out of like so hard, as if someone was trying really hard to open it. It seems like it's very secured there, next to the bed.
Like it looks like it was attempted to be open, but it wasn't open.
No, it's very secured. Okay.
He only had the one key on him, right? The body?
Yeah.
Yes, in the dagger. But, you know, there's several points of interest in this room that you guys might investigate.
Davon's gonna investigate the pegboard, start looking at it, and see what he had coming up in the next few days.
Great. On the pegboard, there is a meeting. There's a variety of different things. There is some of the things that caught your attention was a meeting schedule. It is a list of dates and numbers that sit on this pegboard, and the final number is underlined. You know, you see a bunch of dates and a bunch of 4-digit numbers. Accordingly. And the last one is 5-4 grand opening? Question mark.
5-4 grand opening.
May the 4th?
Oh
Okay.
yes, the opening for Carl Junior's.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and and there's like calendars, and they're on today's date, May 4th, there's a big red circle on it. That's what on the pegboard. There's also some portrait of him and his friend at some beer festival or something like that, holding big mugs of beer, looking real happy. And obviously it's Carl and Hakeem. And then now that you looked down at his table, which is kind of messy, but you can, as you go through it, you find something that jumps out at you. One thing that's in like a yellow kind of paper parchment. You found a notice of debt that reads, Hakeem, your debts remain outstanding and past due, with 35% interest. The total is 423, 4368 is now 45,000 gold piece. Actions will be taken as needed. We will find a nice cold dungeon cell for you and seize your house if payment is not received by the end of this month. If you run away, we will find your family and friends, and your debts will become theirs. Fuck around and find out. Ashen Hood Poker House. That's
Some
one thing.
bad news here. This guy was mixed up in all kinds of things.
And you also found a there is a birthday card that has been ripped into halves. That's been like dumped on the side. That say, "Happy birthday, Carl, you son of a bitch! Ha ha ha! Guess who's gonna get their shop opened up in the north side? You! Last year I told you I'm gonna make your dreams come true by bringing your snack shop uptown. And this year, that's happening. I signed a rental agreement the other day, so hopefully we can open your shop on your birthday today, May 4th. I paid half the cost already, so the rest will be paid off soon. Found my way into some nice easy cash. Your bud, Hakeem." So that's what you found.
This is rough. Davon's going to show Shy these two letters, or the birthday card and the notice of debt, and kind of like under his voice so that Carl doesn't hear it. He's going to say, "Look, Carl might be in some trouble here and doesn't even know it. Should we show him this notice of debt?"
I'll break it to him. She like hold her hand out for it.
Yeah. Davon will pass it over. I think we should, at least so he's aware of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll get to him about it. She'll go back over with him and the cat.
Hey, Mr. Pickles is he's pretty hungry. Poor little guy.
Yeah.
What do you got there?
Oh, we have more, well, bad news, really. Seems
Gods.
he had an outstanding debt with the poker house, and they didn't seem to be too happy about this. She'll hand him the paper.
He reads over it, frowning as he does, taking his time reading over it again and again. He says,
Carl and I, Joaquin and I, we played poker all the time, but I didn't know he was bad in debt. But the Ashen Hood, they're not murderers.
Mhm.
They can't get their money if they kill someone. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't think they killed him, but you may want to let them know that he's no longer with us, so that his debts don't transfer to you.
Well, thank you for this. If they thought he skipped town, they probably would come after me. I think it might be a bit of a different story if he's passed on, but I'll get ahead of it. You know, better to be proactive in these things.
And I think we may have found out why he had gone down the route of some illegal stuff. Turns out that he was trying to get money to open up a shop for you in the north side.
Carl's eyes kind of go wide, and he starts like blubbering a bit, and then just starts sobbing. He's sobbing.
She'll
Never
hug him.
stops that.
Joaquin, he was his best bud, man. He would do anything for me.
Certainly seems that way. It's an unfortunate loss.
Shizumu was like full on committed to just being that shoulder. She's like hugging him close, making sure he's alright.
Yeah, he's crying all over you, right into your. Well, you're not in flesh anymore, right? You're wearing like the crop top still.
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
Well, now it's covered in not only blood but tears.
He even planned to break it to you today. It's gonna be like a whole surprise thing, apparently.
On my birthday. He starts crying even harder.
Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should shut up.
Yeah, but while Shizumu is comforting Carl, Davon, you found some more stuff, getting mixed with all the documents on his desk.
Yeah, Devon is kind of snooping around a little bit.
Trying
to find anything that links up this meeting schedule too with these numbers.
Right. You also, regarding the meeting schedule, it really does. That's really the only thing that reflects all these 4-digit numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But you also found a little neat piece of paper that has been folded and has been kind of squeezed in between, like behind the pegboard and the wall.
Yeah, David will take that out and carefully unfold it to see what it says.
You unfold it and it is some sort of password reminder. is
Oh.
in some form of puzzle.
Davon's gonna read over this for a couple of seconds and then like squint his eyes at it. And then put it away. This is a job for Jirok. This is not a Davon thing.
It is
Alright.
unfortunate that I'm not there.
Yeah. Password reminder. Davon's gonna take a quick look at the chest again, specifically the locking mechanism.
Alright, so now that you look at the chest, where's that? Handout, please.
Yep.
Okay, so the chest look somewhat like this. There's a big lock that you can immediately see that has a hole for a key.
Okay. Alright, so whatever that password is, it's not for this particular thing. Does it look it's a large key or a small key?
Small key.
Okay.
Do you guys have a key?
We had a key to his house.
Maybe.
I guess
Who knows?
it might be worth trying. Davon's gonna... Shy, do you still have that key that we found?
She's just kind of like points to Carl.
Carl. Do you know what your brother could have had in this chest here? Someone was trying to get into it.
Carl stops his sobbing after a few moments and kind of just wipes his dirty hands on his face. Says, he never let me see inside. He said it was his family jewels, you know, ha ha. But he loved that thing, man. It's just some crazy combination lock thing. He spent more time with that lock than hell half the other things he ever did. I don't know. Use a key to get in the first bit, I think.
Do you mind letting me see his dagger for a moment?
Of course, anything. And he'll hand the dagger back.
She'll pop it open, revealing the key, and
Yeah.
she'll try the key on the chest.
It clicks open, but revealing to you a second layer. It is a 4-digit code lock. Imagine the luggages where you have to like scroll through the little numbers.
Right.
4-digit code.
What is this? A puzzle? I fucking love puzzles.
Yeah, Sadavir, why don't you try it?
Here, Sedivir, take a look at this. There's it's some kind of puzzle,
Yes, I see.
but I'm not. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I don't see any
none
numbers.
of this equals numbers. I do
Yeah.
not think this is the same puzzle.
No.
I don't. I could be mistaken, but this does not, as they say, does not compute.
What? There's also try. I don't know. Try 0070. Or
Sadavir will
and if that doesn't work, I've got another number.
you will enter in 0070.
It doesn't open.
Try again.
0504. Today's date.
0504.
It clicks open this time. And
Not bad.
to your frustration, again, now that there's another layer to these elaborated locks. You see a panel that pops out with 3 wheels. Imagine a combination lock. On the first wheel, there are 6 names. On the second wheel, there's 6 icons of different monsters. On the third wheel, there's 6 icons of food. It seems like you have to get these combinations right to unlock this thing. Every time you line up the different names and pictures and icons of monster and food, there's a button nearby, like on the lock, for you to like click on it to register these combinations.
Well, then this must be for that then. Javon.
This computes, yes.
So we just had to figure out who ate what then, and who fed what to who, or who fed what to what. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
Shizumu, come here. Take a look at this with us.
she like leans over and stares at it.
I guess we could write down, based off of this, we could write down what we know.
Yes. So we can infer based off of this that the Kelpie ate the ice cream. Sam fed the Bullfango. Sarah had the snack cakes. Amber had the soup. David fed the Jagras the meat, and Nick fed the moss wine.
Should I go get the wizard for this?
Yeah, he might be able to figure this one out. This seems right up his alley. He loves researching things like that.
David had the dango because Nick fed the moss wine.
You said he went through outdoors, right?
Yes.
I'll be back. And Sadavir hurries down with it.
Yeah, Sadavir, you caught Jarek just kind of heading towards Outdoor's house.
Hey, Brains, we need you.
Okay. I'm not gonna say no. I'm sure whatever he needs me for is probably important. So I'll follow him back to.
We'll get outdoor later. Come on, come with me.
I'm about to open up MS Paint. Hold on.
I've got Notepad opening up.
This requires MS Paint. Hold on. That's not MS
Shall we?
Paint. Shit.
Okay, you guys don't need to open MS Paint because
Oh, look at you. Oh, I need to zoom way out on this one.
Yeah, way out.
And you guys should have access to the draw tools. I believe I gave you guys that. So if you go down to the pen,
Yeah.
Where
you get a free draw
is
tool.
that in here?
One of the tools on the left-hand side beneath the angle measurement tool.
So we can
Don't abuse
cut off. We can get one thing done. That David fed the Jagras the well done steak. So we know that for certain.
Yeah. Well,
Nick?
wait a minute.
Yeah, David fed the Jagras some nicely roasted meat.
Okay.
Nick
That
fed the
means
moss
the-
wine.
oh,
Hmm?
Just reading this, I don't know if it's correct yet, but the Bullfango, Sam Bullfango, probably raw meat because it was talking about blood on there,
Yes.
and blood wouldn't come from anything else.
Right. So Sam, Bullfango, raw meat. David, Jagras, well done steak. Amber had the soup. Nick fed the moss wine.
Which means David fed the Jackers, right? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, David fed the Jagras.
Yeah.
Sarah had the snack cakes, but didn't feed the Velociprey. Either David or Nick had the dango.
Well, it wasn't David, because David had the well done steak.
David had the well done steak, which means Nick fed the moss wine the dango.
Yeah.
David fed the Jaggers the well done steak. Sam fed the Bullfango the raw meat. The Kelpie ate the ice cream, which we know Sarah doesn't have because she has. I mean, Amber doesn't have because she has the soup. So Izzy fed the Kelpie the ice cream. And that leaves Amber's soup and Sarah's snack cakes.
You guys figure out the pen tool yet, by the way?
Yeah, I probably should be marking stuff.
I don't. I didn't want to make any marks because I don't know how to erase it. So
Sadovir hands you all a pen. I can erase if needed.
Okay.
make sure it works.
David fed the Jagras.
Okay.
Which ate the well done steak.
Mm-hmm.
The ice cream was fed to the Kelby by... has to be Izzy because everybody else has food.
Sarah did not.
Sam
The
fed the
philosopher.
Bullfango the raw meat. We know that Amber has the soup. And Sarah has the snack cakes.
No,
Nick
Sarah
fed...
doesn't have the snack cake.
Yes, but it says she was terrified of the Velociprey, so she was not the one
She
who
was
gave...
not the one who gave
Oh.
it the snack cakes. Yeah, so the Velociprey has the snack cakes.
Okay, the Velociprey has the snack cakes. Delete that one.
Real quick, what's your logic on Izzy feeding to Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm reading.
I mean, it could be
over
process. It could be elimination.
I think...
that's logic.
I think actually... No. Because we know that Nick had the Dango because David fed the meat to the Jagras. Amber has the soup. David fed the Bullfango the raw meat. So that leaves the Kelby ice cream and who fed it. And who fed the Velociprey the snack cakes.
So process elimination, Sarah would have fed. Sarah would have fed the Kelby the ice cream.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Izzy would have
yeah.
fed the Velociprey the snack cakes.
Yeah.
That's what I came to. Yeah. So I'm reading back over it and.
Which leaves the Kuliaku, which Amber would have given the soup to, because it doesn't say anything about the Kuliaku, and she's the last one left.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys are locking in your final answers?
Yep,
Yes.
Just making sure we got it here.
So Nick fed the Dango to the Mosswine.
Clicks. The first lock opens.
David fed the Jagras the well done steak.
The second lock's open.
Amber fed the soup to the Kuliaku.
The third one opens.
Okay.
Sam fed the Bullfango the raw meat.
The fourth click.
Okay.
What's the last two?
Izzy fed the
It was-
Velociprey the snack
yeah.
cake.
Izzy fed the Velociprey the snack cakes.
Yes.
And that
Got
would
the
have
fifth
left...
one right. And what left is Sarah with the
Kelby.
Kelby and ice cream.
Yeah.
And ice cream.
Sarah
As all the locks
killed
falls
Kelby
into
with the ice cream.
place. Yes.
Damn, that took us a lot shorter than I thought it would.
Yup.
Thought we were gonna be here for fucking ever.
With teamwork and brain work, you guys collaborate.
Got that brain work.
Yeah.
Davon's
You
an
guys-
idiot, but I love doing these puzzles. So
You guys collaboratively unlock the last layer of this chest that is so hard to open, and pop, it creaks. As it reveals what has been put inside. You see a roll of passes,
Oh.
a pouch of gold.
Oh?
There is a small note and a leather-bound notebook.
Nice.
I'm sorry. What was the next to last thing before the leather-bound notebook?
Go.
A small note.
Oh no.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Yes, that's been folded. Okay. Anybody checking
Yeah.
in details?
Yeah, Davon's gonna read it.
All right.
Well, this would have helped us. Oh wait, no.
Yes, on that one, it only have 3 words: secret password, blue bird. To what, you're not sure, because this is the only thing on that little piece of note.
Something else that Joaquin must have been involved with. Let's keep this one in mind.
For sure.
What about the leather-bound book?
In the leather-bound book, you flip it open. It is a records of transaction receipts of Hakeem and a couple of names that he sold the passes to. Before that, it is records of him giving passes to the talent company members, but not recent. And the members, they goes by 4-digit numbers. Okay.
Oh.
But lately he's been selling them to names.
Davon's
Does
gonna
that-
cross-reference the numbers in from the calendar to the ones in the journal. Are they matching up?
Yes, for sure. So
Maybe one of these people came for him.
Maybe.
Might have been.
You-
Yeah.
Because
You
they did
can-
say they would say bad things would happen if they found out that passes were missing.
Also, they may have gone after these people here too. Maybe they're trying to get some of the passes back. I'm not sure.
well, in more details, because this is a pretty thick book, it seems like Hakeem's job in the talent company is somewhat of a pass distributor. So he would collect passes from the guild up north monthly and distribute them to talent company members. But based on his records, he has been selling them for money to names.
That's how he was affording. Oh, jeez.
Shizumu kind of like looks up back towards Carl, see how he's doing.
He's looking on with curiosity and still tears
least-
on his face.
At least it wasn't extremely dirty money that he was using to get the other half. Well, I say we give Carl the rest of this gold here. Let him
This
see if he
is
can
a-
pay the other half.
A very big sack of gold.
Yeah.
You might be able to open your
Estimately
shop.
1,500 gold. It's a very big bag.
You might be able to
And-
open up your shop.
Oh,
And next
let's
to-
not rush to any conclusions here, guys. Come on, let's think about this. This is a big fucking bag of gold.
I know it would be exciting to
I'd only
keep
feel
this
right
to
giving it to
ourselves.
Carl. He
But
was
I'm
his
with
best
Shy on
friend
this
after
one.
all.
Bunch of fucking lugers. I'm not even going to ask you, Jirak. I know your answer. I wish
He kind
Mitsutani
of
was
just
here. She would
gives you
side with
a
me.
little snide, but nothing much after that.
Sadavir kind of throws his arms up and turns around.
Well, regardless of what you do with the big bag of gold, next to it in this chest is a roll of passes.
Let's keep the passes. That way we can get it away from Carl and Joaquin. Maybe that'll keep them out of trouble. They don't have the passes, then they can't be responsible for them.
5 passes to be exact.
That's convenient.
We could always sell them. We have some being made.
Well, we could speed up the process.
That is true. We could just use them ourselves. However, that makes me think that if we were to use them, they could think that we could be affiliated with the Talon Company, because I'm sure that whatever shitty business is going on up in North Verudo, they probably would be expecting either. Remember the guy with the clicker, the scanner thing, or whatever, that read the barcode on it.
They're numbered and could be tracked.
Exactly.
See
I'm
what
sure
you're
that they're
saying.
probably expecting a certain number or sequence of them, and if we were to show up with those, they would think, how did you get these? I don't want to draw that kind of
Maybe we could.
attention to each other.
Maybe we could have the codes rewritten.
What if we try one, like a guinea pig? How do you say?
It's also possible, and
Not-
bear with me on this one, that we sell these to the Talon Company.
I feel like that'd probably just get negative attention on us, even more than we already have. Because
Selling
then,
it to
if we
the
sold it to the talent company and we're right about the assumption that they can be tracked, then they would know that we know things we probably shouldn't.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Here, check this out. A new trick I learned. And Sadavir will begin casting a spell. And he will cast Disguise Self on himself, turning into a rather nondescript looking townsfolk. Not exactly poor looking, dressed in average looking clothes. Somebody who might feasibly, um, be in possession of the pass. Says, pretty good, right? Nobody suspect me.
Maybe
Yeah.
try to sound different.
What do you mean?
You have a very distinct accent, Sadavir.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do. You talk like this, and all of your words are exaggerated. Yet you do.
No, now here you are talking funny. I am talking normal.
You only think you're talking normal because you're you.
Davon rubs the bridge of his nose. You do have a distinctive accent, much different from ours.
Okay, I will talk like this. Normal person, or either.
Try to sound. I was gonna say try to sound French.
Try to sound Monster Hunter French.
French. I just do not pronounce any of the letters in the words.
Just skip every fourth letter.
Yes. Who knows?
Well-
Maybe they're too stupid to think about it.
Well, you guys just, as you're discussing, the night falls late. It's around 8-9 p.m. So, Carl seems to be tired and exhausted from crying and being devastated from losing his gift. So, what have you guys decided to do in the
Well,
end?
Carl,
I have
gonna,
oh,
Davon's gonna give Carl the money, regardless of any complaints.
yeah.
And
His friend would have
Davon's
wanted him to have it.
it's I know it's no real consolation, but at least you can use this to continue to work on the payment for your Northtown your Northtown shop and open it up in Joaquin's memory.
You guys, you guys are the best. I'm gonna name it Joaquin Juniors.
I think that's nice. I think that's real nice. We're going to try to take some of the heat off of what he was doing so that you can prosper.
Thank you all so much.
Also, please wash your hands diligently. There's something going on, or something's.
He's like rubbing the tears and stuff off of his face with his dirty hands.
We've seen a couple of people that are very sick, and we don't want you catching it, even if you're going to be a Northtown resident.
Okay, I can do that.
I'll be checking on you every day.
At least while we're here.
All right, I'll always have a extra bag of bitter bugs for you.
She smiles. Not her normal like toothy smile, just a genuine like smile.
All right. Yeah, and you know, the cat meows and Mr. Prickles meows and just kind of trying to get your attention.
Are we gonna take the cat, or should we turn it into
I think we should feed it. It's probably starving.
Well,
I know that.
yeah.
Carl had been feeding it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave him some bitterbug scraps.
She's even like leans over towards the cat.
It kind of rubs its little scrawny little kitty body against your leg.
She just reaches down to pick it up and just pets it.
Yeah. It licks your little finger and then go nah. It didn't taste very good.
I'm sorry, I've been bleeding a lot.
Yes. Yeah. But anyways, Carl seems to be a little bit heartbroken and saddened and whatnot, but thanks to you guys, he figured out what happened to his friend. You know, and you guys learned, you know, a thing or two about what or who you guys are getting involved with, and maybe some new clues about this organization that you guys been tracking down since Kokoto Village. And with a nice gesture of giving Hakeem's life saving to Carl for him to open up the dream shop up north, I give you guys inspiration.
Ooh.
For all of you.
Nice.
Okay.
All of us?
All of you.
All right.
All
Take
right.
that pity inspiration.
Even though somebody want that sack of gold.
He's got his
$50.
arms crossed as the sack of gold goes over to Carl Jr.'s hands, but you know his cold chameleon Grinch heart grows one size larger in that moment.
Aw, that's sweet. But yeah, it's a rough day.
Yeah.
It is now currently 9 p.m. Jirak, do you still want to go to outdoors?
Not tonight. I don't think he'll let me. It's a little late. He's an old man. I don't think he's up that late. I don't really feel like debating with his assistant, his sassistant, right now.
She was real sassy.
But
You
what
wouldn't
I will
stop
do-
smacking her goddamn lips. Like, keep your fucking mouth
Right?
closed.
What I will do though is, since we're already in, or we're not still in the farming district, right?
Close. Not in there, but you know.
What is close? Like how far of a walk? Like 15 minutes?
15-20 minutes, yeah.
I'll save it for another day.
I
don't think
guess
I could do
I'm
it right now.
taking the cat.
I thought Carl was taking. I thought Carl
Yeah,
was taking the cat.
Carl's bends down, scoops up Mr. Pickles. All right, Mr. Pickles. I know you never really cared for me, but I love you, buddy. We're gonna do this thing together.
I have
will,
an idea I'm gonna do tomorrow.
after having my ass thoroughly beaten by said Bazarios, I'm going to hang up my towel for tonight, but I do have stuff I need to do tomorrow. So at the moment, I'm done for tonight. But real quick though, I would like to know before. So I'm gonna head back to the inn, and I'll pay for the same room that I paid for last time.
Yes, I assume everybody's coming back to the inn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless I'm going
I
back
would
with
I
Carl.
would like to know real quick though what the weather will be like tomorrow.
You see that Druid cracked at every single opportunity.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
he
like to-
will.
And
matters,
honestly,
man.
for the best.
You happen to do
Okay,
the marshlands
let's
weather
roll on the table.
or the Verdant Hills weather?
Let's do the Verdant, or the marsh. Let's do the marsh.
I was gonna say we're a little far from Verdant Hills.
Expected temperature. What does that mean?
Normal.
I would
It's
just say
average,
fair.
like
It's
70
fair,
degrees.
fair, no wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all said it was.
normal.
Y'all said it was in spring, right? Like springtime. Right?
You have a
remember
date?
What, do you remember what you said?
You do have a date.
It is the 4th of May.
So yeah, or so early spring. Okay. Or
I-
yeah, late spring.
Yeah, late spring.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I come stay with you, Carl?
Carl looks kind of surprised at your suggestion. He's like, hey,
sussy.
I mean, I only, it's a very, very small place, and, I mean, I wouldn't, I don't know, he just looks very taken aback and surprised by your questioning. He stutters for a long time.
Just pat them on the back. Like, don't worry about it. I would have slept on the floor anyway.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, maybe some other time. I gotta get Mr. Pickles set up, and it's gonna be a long night. Some other time.
Yeah, take
Thank you,
care.
though,
I'll see
for
you
everything.
tomorrow.
Seriously.
I'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Alright. As you all headed to the inn, resting up for a new day.
Do they think I was asking him out?
He did. Were you not?
Well, you were a very big-chested female.
Barely dressed at the moment, too. I just want
Yes.
to point out.
maybe I should. Maybe I'm gonna go buy some clothes tomorrow.
It'd be a good idea.
I'm gonna buy some clothes that fits me.
The shopping episode.
Well, I would assume you guys heading back to the inn. Anything that anyone wants to do before? I assume you guys are just going to bed.
Well,
Nothing
I
before
mean,
my long rest.
I am going to bed, but I am looking over I was actually doing this the whole time while y'all were inspecting what was inside the chest. I was looking over the notes and the ledgers that we had from the last time we ran into a Talon company thing, whatever, when we were back in Verdant Hills, and I noticed that I'm trying to compare ledgers between what we found and what Joaquim had. Not too much seems to be overlapping, aside from, I'm going to guess with how cryptic the stuff is. Obviously, it's code for something, a name. I'm gonna guess it's an anagram, or not an anagram. The fuck is the word where it stands for something, and I'm assuming
Acronym.
that
Acronym?
acronym. Yeah, I'm assuming that Scorned Iron Whale is probably someone's name, but like let's say their name is Smith Ian Wilson or whatever. So we should probably keep an eye out for somebody whose name begins with SIW. Also, on top of that, there's an address on the first ledger that actually matters. Since we're going to the northern part of Verudo, we need to keep an eye out. Now, I'm not saying go there out of our own free will, but if we happen to be walking around and see it, it wouldn't hurt to kind of look around, maybe not snoop, but keep an eye open at 10 Golden Boulevard, North Side, Verudo, 20,000 or 2005, like 20005.
Okay.
So we should keep an eye out for that. I mean, the quote number probably doesn't matter too much, and what they ordered probably doesn't matter. But now that we're here, we should just keep an eye out for those two things. I was trying to cross-reference them while we were there, but I didn't really find a whole lot that added up. There's that.
You
Right.
tell this
Then
to
that-
the party.
Yeah, I explained that to them as we were walking out of Carl or Joaquim's house. I didn't want to say anything while we were in there. I was letting Carl have his moment.
As we rightfully should. He cried a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a very
On
traumatic
me.
day for Carl.
And
Oh,
then, so I go back to my room, and that's all I got for today.
Okay, that's very
Oh.
nice.
Pick up there from the next day.
Izumo, anything you would like to do before we hit the bed?
Izumu doesn't have much to do. She's kind of just sitting around thinking about everything that happened.
Alright.
Any pictures
and-
today?
Oh, true.
True. Don't know what I want to draw, but a lot of things that have happened today have not been the greatest.
The very sad, skinny cat.
Yeah, she'll draw herself petting the cat.
Nice.
What about you, Sadavir?
Sadavir seems to kind of be keeping to himself. He's penning some notes and things like that that he doesn't seem to be sharing with anybody. But besides that, all's pretty normal. He's got his Palamute by his side, occasionally tinkering with his trinkets and the dog as well.
Alright, very nice. And, before everybody hits the bed, I would like everybody to roll a Constitution save, please.
Oh heck!
Oh, that's sus. Come on.
Third level makes me immune to disease. So.
Fucking knew that was gonna happen.
Yes, you will pass regardless of what you roll.
Okay.
Let me. Oh, I can't open. Can you move us to a screen where we can open up our character sheets? My page bugged out and I can't open it. I don't know if I have anything that assists. I don't
Oh,
think
there
I
you
have
go,
anything.
that's the end.
Okay.
Here rolls a fail.
I just want to double check and make sure I don't
Yeah.
have anything. I don't think I do.
Womp womp.
I'm just saying I didn't use one of my lucky die, so I can always reroll this.
Well, I
What
failed
was it
it
again?
so
What was it again? A Constitution check?
You,
Safe.
I will point out one of your racial traits there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I had
Shizumu.
something in, right?
No, Shizumu.
racial trait.
DM, would you consider this a saving throw against disease?
Yes. Actually,
This is a saving throw, right? Yes.
it is a
Then,
saving. A Constitution save. Just roll it. Me and Trojan gonna discuss it over.
I'm gonna use my last. Oh, never mind. That was my die. I knew that. Cap. Okay, 17. I think I'm good for now.
Do you have
I would hope.
advantage?
Yes.
She's counting it
Against-
as a saving throw, then you would. Yes.
Against
Roll
disease,
again.
yeah. Okay.
Roll again.
Bruh.
Womp womp. Good
I hate to
heavens.
see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
All I'm saying is.
thank
That
you
was
for
a
the
13.
roll. Thank you for the roll, everybody. You guys feel fine.
Except me.
As
No,
far
you
as
can
we know,
find-
we're all fine.
No. For now.
You
for
don't.
now.
You. The players know. Your characters don't know. But you don't even know the DC, so why bother?
I'm gonna assume that a
What?
17 and a 16 are probably fine. And, well, he passes regardless anyway, so.
Hmm?
But
What?
you guys, went to bed. Hit the bed right, straight up in 2 seconds.
Hit the bed straight
and-
up. Damn,
Yes.
I straight up smacked the bed.
Yeah. And I think this is a good time for us to have a break.
I agree.
Before, bathroom break, guys. See you guys in 10.
Mm-hmm.
Do that
Mhm.
long rest.
Oh, we're taking a long rest?
Oh yeah, long rest.
Thank God.
Yeah, I need to do that real quick.
Which means
then
my
wouldn't-
plan is
we
gonna
al-
come into action first thing
We
in the
already
morning.
did the XP and everything, right, for the Bazarios last time?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, you guys did.
Okay.
Be back! Ah! Boom. Buttons press.
All right, and we're back. Welcome back.
Oh, a good taco.
Welcome back. You guys took a long rest, and tend to your wounds and injuries. Now feeling a little bit better than before. With the new day in mind, what would you guys like to do?
I want to go see Carl. Specifically his cat.
I'm gonna go over to Aldor's office, and I need to speak with him, and if I can read his library again.
Davon, once he gets breakfast and everything done, is going to go wherever the most populated area is, and well, he's going to go to the market once it starts to get an upswing of people. And once there's lots of people to be able to observe, he's going to cast Detect Poison and Disease
Ooh.
and start
Okay.
seeing how many people light up, and if poison and disease can give him any information on the disease itself. And then ultimately he's going to try to shop for any kind of different herbs and grasses to try to start whipping up some medications.
My man walks out there, casts it, and he's immediately blinded.
You're right.
It's just, like the SpongeBob, like, my eyes! Like type shit.
It's like walking into the Motel 6 and turning on the black light.
Oh no!
Don't want to be doing that.
Hey, yo.
What about you, Sadavir? So I assume you guys are discussing this over breakfast. What would you like
Yeah.
to do today?
Sadavir looks back at Mitsutani and says, I don't really know. What about you? What are you doing?
I feel a little bit better now. I guess I'll just follow somebody.
I want to try to get through the gates with one of these passes, see if I end up in jail or not.
Should I be there as your wingman?
I will love your company.
Yes, I'll run back to let other people know if you get arrested.
That'd be good. Don't get arrested yourself. Try to look like you're not a sociopath.
Yeah, just like linger in the area.
Who has the passes,
Like
by
the
way?
wind, my friends, like the wind.
Are we distributing
Well,
them? Does everybody have one?
Yeah, I'll fucking distribute the passes.
I'll take one, but I'm not gonna immediately use it. I would like to. I'm not gonna be the test dummy to see if it.
Everybody gets
You
a
know.
pass. You get the pass. You get the pass, and your dog gets the broken pass.
Yeah, Sadavir has volunteered himself as the test dummy for this crash test.
Okay, so I guess today's a day where everybody just kind of split up and do their own thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds like it.
Roll
Well,
initiative.
sounds like it.
Technically, I'm gonna be doing the same thing Davon is. Just he's actually out gathering the stuff. I'm trying to see if I can get more knowledge on it, or more research. But yeah.
I'm gonna go
Okay, well-
harass Carl.
Oh, I will say this though, before I go and do that, actually after I go and do that, once I'm done with Aldo or whatever, I am going to go over to the farming district and I want to find Zen's uncle.
Okay, fair enough. How about we roll initiative and will resolve it accordingly?
Okay,
That's a
dokie.
good idea.
Yeah?
So what you're telling me here is after a roll initiative, don't punch Jirat then. Not that kind of initiative.
No, the different initiative.
Soft initiative.
I actually. Oh wait.
Oh,
Are you gonna make an initiative counter or?
yeah.
Yeah.
Trojan, do the thing.
Excuse me.
Ooh.
Does that already add my intelligence modifier?
Yes.
Shall we skip ours, Newts?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see the
No.
+1 from your dex and the +3 from your int.
Yeah.
Shizumu, you remember where Carl's house was last night?
Yes.
And are you going to his house or the market?
I'm gonna
Or what's
first.
the plan here?
I'm gonna first see if he's in the market, so I can skip a part. But if he's not in the market, I'm gonna go straight to his house.
He is not at the market. Maybe he's taking a day off to heal himself.
Yeah.
But sure.
Yeah, I'll go straight
but
to his
yeah.
house then.
Okay. You shop at his house. It's all quiet. It's 9 in the morning. What are you doing?
I will knock softly at first.
After a few moments, you hear a voice. Hello?
Hey, Carl.
Oh, Shizumu, hey.
Good morning.
What's up? He looks very tired, still pretty, his face is very sad looking, and he has a lot of scratches on his arms. But he's in good health.
That's not good. What,
Hey.
like scratches from the cat, or
Yeah,
Gotta be from the
probably.
cat.
He did mention that the cat hates him. Hey, I was coming by to check on you, and actually, I did have something I wanted to try, just to see if it would work.
His eyes go a little bit wide.
It's nothing like that. It's a. See, I'm a bit knowledgeable when it comes to some magic and some spells, so I was gonna use a spell to talk to the cat to see if it remembered anything.
Oh, wow. Yeah, hey, by all means, and while you're at it, can you tell him to chill? Look at this shit. Shows you his arms.
I'll ask why he hates you, and maybe you can resolve it. Yeah, she'll go in and head towards the cat, and she'll ritual cast speak with animals, so she doesn't have to spend a spell slot on it.
Okay. Pretty good.
And after doing that, you'll crouch down next to him and be like, "Hey, buddy, Mr. Pickles,
Hey.
how are you this morning?"
Sleepy.
Oh,
Sad.
why are you sad?
Master's gone.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you. It's really tragic.
Sad.
You've been by yourself in his house for a few days, haven't you, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything that happened in the past few days?
Yeah. Batman. Hurt Master.
Oh, do you remember kind of what he looked like? Did he have anything, wearing anything special, anything like that?
Human.
Human. She like writes it down.
Hey, I mean, this is
Yeah,
D&D.
it's a cat. It's a cat. So you say this person was hurting Joaquin?
Yeah.
Hmm. Did he have any weird clothing or anything like that? Anything weird about him, or is he just a normal human?
Mean.
Oh yeah,
Or a hood.
it's about what I expected. Mean or a hood? Well, I suppose my last question is, why do you hate Carl so much?
I don't. Love bites.
Oh.
God damn, it's Nuggy, bro.
Well, thank you for helping me. I'll make sure he gets you something real nice for breakfast.
Meow.
And
It rubs happily against your leg.
she pets it on the head, and she looks back to Carl. They're love bites.
Well, fuck. Love bites or not, they hurt like shit.
Maybe, do you mind being a bit softer with the love bites, Mr. Pickles?
Yeah.
Okay, because unfortunately he doesn't have any. He doesn't. He's not really too resilient to them, so you're kind of just hurting him.
And Mr. Pickles looks on somewhat understandingly.
Well, she'll look up to Carl. So my assumption was right. It seems that somebody must have came after him. Mr. Pickles said somebody came and attacked him in his house.
Oh, poor Joaquin. I can hardly sleep over the thought of it. I mean, all of this, for me, it's not right.
Hmm.
Yeah. I wish I had known what he was mixed up in before it happened, you know?
Yeah, but maybe for what it's worth, it's good that you weren't, because you could have been tied up in it just like he was.
I guess you're right.
But aside from that, well, you wanna hang out? It's-
Says, do you,
Can,
go ahead.
you want to roll persuasion check?
See how persuasive I am. Wow.
Oh,
That rolled all the way across the board for a 1.
+0. He says, look, Shizumu, you don't get me wrong. I super appreciate your friendship, but I'm still trying to get over Joaquin being gone and process my feelings. But maybe some other time we'll play a little poker.
Hey, no problem. I understand. Death of a best friend after all. But aside from that, that's about all I had come over here to do. And Mr. Pickle says, make sure you're getting something nice for breakfast.
Huh. He already had half my arm, but yeah, I'll get him something.
I'll see you around. And she'll head out.
See ya, Shizumu. And he'll see you out. Close the door.
What do I do now?
Alright, well, that's gonna be all your morning, so let's move on to Davon.
I'll
For
tell you what
now.
you do now. You sit your butt there and wait for me.
Okay,
So, yeah.
Davon.
Davon is going to go to the market. And if
Sure.
I mentioned it was morning, so if it's a little too early for people to be there, Davon is still going to stock up on supplies for like herbalism kits.
Yeah.
Because what his plan is to try to start working on getting a bunch of common materials to see if he can work out any poultices or anything like that to help alleviate what's going on. And once things start to get more crowded, Davon's going to go ahead and cast the spell and start doing investigation in earnest. Maybe asking a couple of people, when they started their coughs, what they were doing before they started their coughs, if they've got lesions, stuff like that. He's trying to gather information on this disease.
Okay, pretty good. So are you going to cast that detect disease spell first or talk to people first?
You gotta cast the detect disease spell so we can see people who are around.
Can you please link that into the chat?
Sure thing. Let me.
You could ritual cast it, I believe.
It doesn't seem to be well.
Yep. But are paladins capable of ritual casting?
I don't think they are.
I think.
Let me look.
I think they're half casters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't believe you can ritual cast.
Yeah. Let's see. Nope. Doesn't say I am. Nope. So yeah, I'm gonna just VTT. Come on. Okay. Oh, I guess they're gonna put it on Davon. Boop.
Mhm.
There you go.
Trojan, can you
Cloud
bring
of
them to
Nightwill.
the big map?
Oh
Actually,
yeah. Yeah, sure. The city map.
Actually, here it is. Ignore the other people.
Gotta hear
Imagine-
the other people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go. He's not. You're here alone with a bunch of people in the market. All right, so you cast detect poison and disease, and your vision changes, and you look at the people around you, and they all have this icky black goo kind of, only visible to you,
Right.
glow, that are like coming out of them, right? Indicating that there is some pretty serious disease going on. It is not poison, you're sure. This is not a common disease. This is some sort of, it's a very unique disease that in your entire life of being a paladin and casting these spells multiple times, you never see cases where the sign, the visual are like this, and also coming out of them, again only available for your own eyes, they're like bones, like sharp razor like bones
Huh.
that are like trying to somewhat coming out of the people's skin,
I gotcha. I follow.
if that makes sense.
Yep.
They look normal to
the
you,
music's
and
kind of wrong, by the way. You got a little bit more fitting music?
It just depends on your opinion of people who get diseases.
I guess so. It's playing happy music, like, oh yeah, this is awful, it has bone pustules and whatnot. It's like, happy times.
but they're not aware, so to them they're normal. But
The Oompa Loompas.
yeah, so Davon, imagine he's growing. It's like it's coming out. It's kind of puncture through the skin, but it's gonna be a while until it's come out. It's like baby growing teeth, but in this case, it's like ivory, a razor sharp, claw-like, like sharp bones, just like ready to like coming out of these people's skin layer.
It's really
Right.
concerning.
And there's like icky black, kind of aura around them.
Well, Davon's going to stop just a random person on there that he sees afflicted with this. Let's say a human.
Or any reference, man, woman, child, old,
woman,
young? Okay.
older, yeah.
Alright.
And to make sure that they've been coughing too.
Yes, there's
Davon.
a couple of those.
Davon will approach and say, "Excuse me, madam."
Yes.
I've-
Sorry. Do I know you?
No. I'm actually doing an investigation. I'm doing some healing work, and I noticed that you have a pretty serious cough. Can you tell me how long you've had that cough?
Oh, or 3. I don't know, 2-3 days now.
So not too long. What have you in those before those 2-3 days? What were you doing? Did you do anything unusual? Go out and like into the marsh or eat anything new or anything like that?
No. Why would I be in the marsh? I just stay at home, do the things I usually do. Well, and the food, yeah, we got corn, potato, basic stuff around here. Even if I want something exotic, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't even have money to buy it. Just potatoes every day.
I understand. Where do you buy your food from? Is it here in the market?
We grow them ourselves.
Oh, okay.
No. Kind of dumb
Okay.
question. We're in the farming district.
Right, of course.
Uh,
Well, thank you for your time. Sorry to bother you. You've been very helpful though.
well, okay, thank you. Weird. Ugh. And she walked
Aw.
away.
Davon's going to uh, find a Wyverian, a younger Wyverian man, who happens to be coughing, or maybe. No, actually, you know what? Davon's going to see if he can find any gentlemen that have the obvious lesions on them, the ones that look like they're going to sprout, teeth bones.
Yes. You do not find any.
Okay, so it's just coughing people then.
That's are on the street. Yes.
Okay. Davon will find, go back to it, a Wyverian male, young male, who may be coughing pretty hard.
It took you a little bit longer to spot because it's like there's more human in this town, like out here. But eventually you found somebody.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a few questions?
Well, of course.
My name's Davon. I'm doing some research for my my medical work. And I noticed you've got a pretty bad cough there. How long have you had this cough?
several days now. Why? Do you suppose you know what it is?
I'm trying to figure that out, and I'm hoping you'll be able to help me. Do you have any relatives who have this cough as well, or maybe have developed some lesions on their skin?
Oh, wow. I don't know anything about lesions on the skin. My family's got it, but seems about the same for all of us. I imagine it's just a cold going around.
I hope so. Davon says, hopefully. Have you, prior to your cough, did you go anywhere new or eat anything unusual or maybe meet someone new?
He, pauses and kind of turns over, thinking hard. No, I, I can't say that I have. Going here and there, going to the market. Ate the normals, goulash, some bread, some corn. Nothing unusual.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, that's all I know to ask at the moment. I appreciate your time. Get some rest.
Sure thing. Weirdo. And he walks away.
This town is jerks. Davon thinks to himself.
Had to.
Okay. Davon, what else would you like to do, or?
Davon, in the interest of time, Davon's probably going to ask maybe 2 or 3 more people to get a little bit more of a sample size. Same kind of questions. And then once he's asked those, he's going to go shopping for herbs and ointments and things like that to see if he can start mixing up something that might be able to help.
All right. Here, let's come up with 3 questions, and then you can roll investigation, and I'll say like the average answer.
Okay. Davon is asking how long they've had the cough.
Okay.
If they have eaten anything. Well, no. Yeah. He's still going to ask if they've eaten anything unusual. And if any of them have family members or friends that have the lesions.
Okay.
So, you want me to roll 3 investigation checks?
No, only 1.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's see what happens. I thought it was going to be the 50.
Well,
so
I mean,
11 total. It's better than a 10. Yeah. It could definitely be worse.
That is much worse. That you could have got a 0.
Yeah.
Okay, to answer your question, none of these people eat anything weird.
Okay.
They're just like commoners, like farmers and whatnot. So they just been eating the same stuff like corn, potato, chicken, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
For the second question of how long they have the cough, it is 2-3 days
Okay.
ish. And for the last question of if they know anybody have any relatives that have the skin lesions and whatnot, 1 out of the 3 people, or actually more than 3, let's say you spend like a good hour there just asking around. Let's see, 30% of the people that know somebody that are that have those little lumps on their skin, and that they are the body aches are too much for them to go out. They're
Okay.
bedridden because their muscles and bones are like sore, so they can't walk. It hurts too much.
Okay.
Does it satisfy
Yeah,
your
that's
investigation?
yeah, that's some good information. It gives us a reference of when this started, and gives us a reference to how the chances of it mutating.
Okay, very good. You said you were buying things.
Yep.
Anything in
It's,
specifics?
gonna get a few herbs. Let me pull up the book real quick and just kind of give it a quick glance at the special Monster Hunter items.
Sure, you can DM Trojan and he'll help you do that while
Okay.
resolving
Yeah,
commerce.
perfect.
Okay. So, Jirak, while your
Yes.
fellow friends are out in different part of the town, investigating their own personal agendas, you're going to outdoors?
I am. I'm gonna attempt to read some of his books again, because I know he mainly focuses on mystical stuff or the supernatural, but I'm sure he's got to have something on a book of diseases or ailments that might not be very common.
Okay, sure. Well, you arrived at the door, the building.
All right. Ugh. So I knock on the door. Give him a good old knock. Does his assistant answer the door?
You see,
Jenny.
Here. No visitors right now.
Is there like a little call box thing, or by call box I mean is there like a slit in the door? She had to open to say
Yes.
that, or okay.
No, she doesn't even open it. It just,
Oh
you
my
hear
God.
it.
Okay, well, I just kind of not scream, but loudly mention that it's the Academy researcher that had shown up with the other group of hunters the other day, and I'm wondering if I can take another look at Aldor's library, so I'm able to research this strange sickness that seems to be going around the town.
And then she slide the little, slit open, and she look at you, and she's like, yeah. Okay, oh, it's you again. Yes, got it.
Jenny?
Ye-
Who's there?
It's the people from the other day. You're sick, stay in bed. What the hell?
Oh, so he's sick as well.
And she's like, you're here to read books. There's not really a good time, you know. I mean,
well, if he seems to be sick, may I come in? And I'm not a doctor, but I am pretty well versed in a lot of things. As being as old as I am, I might be able to help him if he's not feeling too good at the moment.
and she closes, she slams it in your face, and you hear echoing. Oh man, you want this guy to your sickness or why not? Like, do you want him?
We're not done researching the stones yet, but what's she here for?
Read books or something?
Ah, Jenny, you're killing me.
Literally.
Fine, he want to learn more about disease and some. I only listen to like every other word, but he want to see you and stuff. You know.
Gentlemen.
Fine, but you gotta like rest up and stuff, okay? We can't do research if you're dead, okay?
Yes, Jenny, yes.
Okay, fine. And then the door slide open and she's like, come in. And then she let you in.
I enter and I thank her for opening the door.
At least she
and
doesn't
allowing
have
me to-
gum.
Hadn't been
Not
admitted yet. So, I'm assuming that Aldor is not in here, right? Like, is he in his bedroom or something? Because he's sick.
No, he's not. He's not in the main library hall, like room right there. And Jenny leads you to like a little
Oh,
gnome
that's a different
room.
token for Jenny. That wasn't there before, was it? Am I
No,
stupid?
it's the same one.
Same
Oh, I
one.
don't remember that. I don't know. I'm done.
Where you, the door is so small that you have to like lean over to like you
Yeah.
know poke your head in and whatnot. You have to sit on these like little chairs that you bend your knees and whatnot, and he's kind of on the bed just with a bunch of books and whatever that he's reading.
So I'm walking over to Aldor and I ask him real quick. I say, you know, I check with him, ask him how he's doing. I say that I notice that he looks a little bit under the weather. I kind of, while I'm talking to him, kind of just keep a mental note of what he seems to be doing, like as far as symptoms. Like if he's not feeling great, like I don't know if Jenny's just being a smartass and saying like, oh, he's old, he's in bed, lol, or like he's actually sick or not. So I'm keeping a mental note, like, does he have a cough? Does he look like he's got those rashes again? Does it look like
roll
he's
medicine check.
sweating?
This is some good gnome music.
Oh,
Right?
come on. All these ones, Jesus Christ.
All right. You look at his skin and there's no visible bumps. As that you can tell, but you know he has a little like ice sack on, not like a little bag on his forehead to keep cool. And he's like tucked into the blanket and whatnot, and he looks a little pale.
Looks a little pale. I just asked him, you running a fever right now?
Well, I've certainly felt better.
Had better days? Okay. Might you point me in the direction? Don't get up as I see you're a little
Wasn't
under the
going
weather.
to.
Good, that's good. Where might you have the books on either ailments or diseases of the exotic variety, not your everyday cold, if you were to have any?
Well, I've been reading through some of these here this morning, but I think Jenny had some of those. I don't know. Last time I gave her something, she organized them by color. She's infuriating. She'll be the death of me.
All right.
Sit right here, you know.
So does he like kind of just gesture to like a side of the library, or does he?
Leave the old man alone. I'll lead you there. Oh, what a hassle. And then she lead you to a bookshelf that is like organized by size. This time they're all the same size. But
Okay, so I am just letting you know I am wearing the hypno hide right now. So
Okay.
I do have that monocle on that gives me advantage for looking for relevant books while I'm at a library. So
One.
just letting you know, if you make me roll to do that, I do have that on. So
sure.
so what I'm specifically looking for is I would say a book on either
Oh no.
not exactly exotic diseases, but like, you know, not the cold, just like diseases that might be here and there. rather is a better way to put it. Rare diseases and
Okay.
their causes.
Let us perform an investigation.
Yes, sir, and that is with advantage.
Yes.
Wow, even with advantage, that was a bad roll.
15.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
You flip through the pages, and a lot of his books are like mythical stuff. Nothing of like a science fact, right? It's just a bunch of like a mythical kind of, that kind of thing.
yeah.
And you pull out a book that strike your interest.
It is called. Does it have a title or no?
It is old and worn, and it said the stories of the Death Lords.
Okay.
And in this book, you spend a couple of hours reading about it, and it is telling the story of a couple of gods, a variety of gods that are either related to or in charge of, or have connections with death and diseases and things in that nature. And one of the gods jumped out at you. Is that they're famous for like disease.
That
and
is.
Death, and that is the Lord of Bones, Myrkul.
How you spell that?
Myrkul. He is known to be the Reaper, one of the 3 Lord of the Dead. And his name, they call him Lord of Bone. And
As I'm flipping through the pages, I'm specifically looking for something that's telling me what this disease might be and what causes
I'm getting
it.
there.
Okay.
I'm getting there. And this guy, based on like the loose history that's written in these books, he is known for like dishing out crazy diseases. Like he craft diseases as if it was an art, and he enjoy doing so. And he thinks that it's like a blessing, and that his embrace is for all. And he is patient but sure. And it just when you think of diseases, people would think of this guy, where he would he has a history of like a variety of deadly diseases. One of them would be some people's bones would turn into stones and that kind of thing. And in another case study, that some people just, their bone just grows so thick and so heavy that they can't even walk anymore, and they just they just kind of grow so big and heavy where people just die by their own weight, that kind of thing. And there are some like shitty hand-drawn pictures in this mythical books that depicts like all sorts of weird diseases that this guy has been known for. In the myth.
Do any of them kind of resemble, or like, is there any detailed inscription on like what we've been seeing, like the boils of bone shards and aches and whatnot?
Uh,
Or is it kind of like a more like a synopsis of like who he is and what he does?
it's more of who he is and what he does. But it just when you look for when you scan for the word disease and what's like related to that, this guy is like the mastercraft of diseases, whatnot.
Okay, so I asked.
And his works are related to bones.
Okay, so I asked. Having found this, I turned to Altor and I asked him about Merkel, and I asked him, what else can he tell me about Merkel? Because this is just kind of a generic description of who he is and what he does, rather than what I was looking for. Like, does he know anything that's not written in this book, or something more on the topic?
Merkel, huh? Be careful with that name. Speak those names, and the eyes of the abyss will come searching for you, as the saying goes. He's, one of the darker gods out there, as I'm sure you've read. I, can't say I'm very familiar with, his history, at least not intimately so.
Okay. Well, I do bring up the fact to him that we've noticed a. I inform him of the old lady we found, out in the farming district, and her, I would say, dire condition. I inform him of. We've noticed that. I mean, I don't know what Davon knows about how there's a whole bunch of sick people everywhere, but I do notice that, some people seem to be coughing, him included. And the people that I've met in the town seem to be there might be a little cold going around. I would like to know, does this town have a history of seasonal flus or plagues, or is there something that might be, going on here that I'm missing, or what would be a good place to start looking for that? Because seeing how dire it can get with the older lady, I'd rather myself not end up that way, but anyone else in this town end up that way as well.
He looks very concerned as you describe the condition of the old woman, and looking very worried. He's like, by the gods, no, I've never heard of anything like that here. We've Verudo, sure, we've got the odd flu or cold that rolls through, but nothing quite so endemic as something that would take the lives of many. We typically have a very long lifespan compared to, well, anybody who lives out in the wild, of course.
Okay. So he doesn't seem like he knows where it doesn't seem like he knows where this would be coming from or what might be causing it. So I asked him, are there any books on? Well, can he just point to the area of his library where he might have books on traditional spiritual medicines or herbal remedies, if he has any of those?
Herbal remedies, that's not really in my sphere of work. It's more the arcane, the mystic, things of that nature.
Okay, might there be somewhere else in the city I could find something that would be like that, aside from the doctor's office in North Verudo, of course? Would there be another library, perhaps, or a tavern or a shop of some kind I could go and start my investigation there?
He says, well, there's the Academy proper, but good luck getting in there.
Okay.
Beyond that, I'm afraid this is the best source of information you'll find.
All right. So I'm I'm flipping back through the walls of his books, and I look for a Do I? How does it appear that his books are organized? Is it just kind of thrown everywhere, or is it, are the books on the shelves somewhat
Colored
organized?
apparently.
Does it?
Do
Does
we-
it
Some of
matter?
them are organized by color, some of them are organized by size,
None
some
by
of them are
none by
organized by
name though.
material. No, oddly. But
Okay.
Jenny's there for you to ask questions.
Okay, well, she's not very much of a help. So I'm going to look and see if I can find something that talks about. Well, first I want to look up Lord Firemane to see if I have a book on him.
Okay. Yes, there's definitely is.
Okay, so I will. I'm assuming I found it. So I'm going to pick up that book and flip through it. And is there any knowledge that I had not previously learned from Zed?
No, it's a very basic book. As if, Lord Firemane, he's not, one of the Platinum Court. He's a Wild Court, Lord. So, he's not as popular
Yeah.
as the five. If you recall correctly, it's the five statue you see in the town square. Those are the most popular gods in the world, the realm. Lord Fireman, he's more like an offside like wilderness,
Yeah. He's
kind
more
of.
like a people who live off the land rather than in the city type of god. Yeah.
He's the
Yes.
hipster pick for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
okay,
it just
so-
information about him are very basic, nothing that are like you really doesn't know about,
so I
How he's
look up.
cool and he look after druids and rangers, that kind of thing.
My next thing I look for is, does he have a book? I'm sure he does. The best suited book he has to describe the Platinum Court, if there's something that we did not already get last time we had viewed the statues. Because I know we got a rough description of what each one was, and who they were, and what they did. But is there something that might delve a little bit deeper into it?
That might take a little time. As Jenny figured, you were doing that, and she was like, yeah, well, we have books on each individuals and details and whatnot, and different, like, it's just so much about them, so maybe, do you want anybody in specifics? I can help you.
I know of them. I know there's the Moon Maiden, the Even-Handed, unless I wrote that wrong. The
Yep,
Broken
right,
God, the All-Father, and the Hand of Righteousness. Of those, I don't recall knowing this part about them. Are any of them considered to be symbols of either, good health or wellness, or a benevolent being? I mean, I'm aware that the even-handed, or no, sorry, not the even-handed, the broken god is generally depicted as a kind, gentle soul, but that's not. It's a very broad term. It's not exactly what I was looking for.
That's an interesting question.
She's like, I don't know. I gotta look too.
Well, Jenny's scrolling through
Twitter.
the books, and after half an hour or so, and she said, yeah, like based on you mean like a healing person?
Not necessarily, but that would work. Yes.
It was the one that, well, all of them do, one sort or another of healing, physical or
Is there one that
emotion,
delves
mental.
specifically? Is there one that delves specifically into either medicinal or spiritual healing? Perhaps
Yes,
like.
it would be the Broken God.
Okay, so point me into the
So-
most descriptive book you have on him or her.
Yes, here it goes. And she hands you a book, and it's basically like kind of the Bible that his followers would like read.
Yeah.
So you would come to. So in summary, these are like his teachings and whatnot. Imagine a Bible for him, for his
Yeah.
followers, right? And
What
his
did
teachings and
you-
whatnot.
Okay,
Is in the
let
chat,
me- I
but
see it.
basically, this broken god, he's like he self-sacrificed himself to ease the suffering of all people. He's like a selfless god, and then he want to like fight against people that like spread pain or suffering for others, and he believed in like endurance and he likes other people to help each other and heal each other, that kind of thing.
What? I didn't catch this also when we had looked at the Platinum Port before. What is their symbol for each one? Like, I'm assuming they have some type of crest or insignia that would signify if someone was not a worshiper, but a follower of them or viewed them highly. Like, does each one have one? So, like the Broken God, for example, what would they have?
So for the broken god, it is a hand bound at the wrist with a red cord.
1 second, hold on, let me get over. With a red cord?
Yes.
Okay. What about the other ones?
Working on it.
No,
Yes.
if you
Yes.
don't have it, you can just get back to me later. That's fine.
No, we will serve. For the even-handed, his symbol is a balanced scale resting on a warhammer.
Okay.
And the All-Father, his symbol is a hammer and anvil. And the is that the one?
That's the hand of righteousness there.
Yes, the hand of righteousness is a right hand gauntlet held upright with a palm forward. And I guess the one I posted was the moon one?
Yep, that's the Moon Maiden.
Yes, and the moon maiden is a pair of eyes surrounded by 7 stars. Okay, and with that much researching, you have spent all morning and afternoon
Good.
to gather all these informations.
That's
Okay.
important information. Okay.
I agree.
All right. Feeling that I perhaps not overstayed, but been here a hot minute. For one scholar to another, I bid him an afternoon and leave the building. And I do head. What time is it? Like 4? 4 or 5?
So after everybody has done their thing and whatnot, it is around 1-2 p.m.
That's not late. Okay, so I'm going. I'm assuming that we reconvene, right? We all meet up with each other. Okay, so
Before that, Shizumu fucking went to the store and bought some clothes. Fitter.
she's not walking
Shopping
around
episode.
half-ass naked.
What is Shizumu
Yes, you
wearing
do.
now?
Yeah, what are you wearing now?
She's wearing shorts that go like down to like just above her knee, and she was wearing what would have looked like a normal fitting t-shirt, but she clearly ripped off the midriff because she got she can't have her stomach covered.
I bought normal clothes, but they're not normal anymore.
Hey, it's not like a crop top that's like having the bottom of her boobs hanging out. It actually it goes down past that part.
Okay, so so are we at Mizutani and Sadavir now, right?
But as you guys are gathering around, you see Sadavir with a big smile walking, and Mr. Tony just running over and saying, "It works! It works! I saw this guy walked in and out, and he didn't get arrested."
Now, granted, I was using my best, howdy. I am from the city accent, but it seemed to work.
Right.
So that's good to know. I do want to go check out or see if I can find Zen's uncle over in the farming district.
Oh yeah.
Unless y'all would like to go up to the northern district right now, that's what I'm gonna go do.
I found
'Cause-
important information as well. Thanks to a conversation I had with Mr. Pickles, I found out that Joaquin definitely was attacked by somebody, and based off of its very bland description of the mean-looking human in the hood, I can only assume it's probably from the same shebang we've been dealing with. I learned I can talk to animals.
That's helpful.
Okay. So, I mean, I relay with them that I did kind of well, actually, really, first I relay with Devon because he and I were kind of having the same idea. I relay him the information about Merkel and the Lord of Bones, his whole affiliation and what he does. Don't really know too much about what he, what summons him or how to combat him, but it does, or perhaps if this is his doing, but it certainly fits the mark,
This is
Um,
definitely his doing. You
yeah.
mentioned bones and stuff like that. I saw those. I saw bones and teeth jutting wildly out of people's skin all over the place while I was investigating.
Okay, that makes me feel good, like I didn't waste my time.
No, I think you're definitely onto something here.
On the matter of that, so remember the platinum court for the statues that we had seen the first night we were here.
Right.
The broken god, actually, I found a book about him talking about that he is all about. He's essentially the polar opposite to Merkel. His job or her job is to help ease the suffering of those who are afflicted by whatever ailments or afflictions they might have. They also encourage those to endure whatever afflictions they've been given, and for those who are not afflicted or afflicted to help those who have been, or to either take their place or relieve them of their burdens. So
Okay.
again, doesn't really. I was unfortunately unable to find how exactly we do that or go about helping them, but I was able to find. Now keep an eye out for this. Since we've seen, kind of whispered the shield icon or whatever, the black talon thing. The all of the platinum court also have symbols not similar to that, but they're not too unlike them. While we're walking around the town, keep an eye on. I show him what each of the symbols look like. Just keep an eye out for people or buildings that might have that insignia on them. That could possibly aid us in figuring out what's going on here.
Okay. But I want to walk back to this broken god you were talking about, the one about the
Mhm.
easing the pain and suffering and things like that.
Mhm.
Look, we may need to find out how to call on his blessing.
Exactly.
Because
The books didn't say how to do it. That's the only problem.
because going off of what you said, I don't think that this is just a natural disease. None of the
No.
people that I talked to have done anything that would typically cause a disease. None of them have eaten anything weird, come in contact with any strange people. This isn't a town where a lot of exotic stuff happens. So Drac, I think someone has cursed this town somehow.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. When I had mentioned it to Aldor, that people described him, the old woman, and I've noticed people have been coughing around town, and it doesn't seem to be any flu I've ever seen before or any normal symptoms, and it seems to take a long time to take effect too. I mean, it varies, but it looks like the incubation period is a couple weeks, so I don't know what's going on with that. But he said he is unfamiliar with any seasonal illnesses or
Yeah.
plagues that have been here before, so I'm assuming that this is definitely not natural.
Yeah, lots of the people that I've talked to have only had the cough for about 2 to 3 days too. So
Okay.
it must have happened to the whole town all at once.
Yeah.
So that's real bad news, Jarok.
Yeah.
I would be curious as if people in Northtown are suffering the same
Yeah.
effect.
Okay, so I'm gonna let. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to go over to the farming district. I need to. I want to find Zen's uncle. He's old. I know that, and he might. I mean, I don't know this person, but I would assume, not only because of my affiliation with them, but I would like to hopefully get some answers to see, maybe he knows what's going on or how to stop it, or he might have some answers. But I would like to get that off my mind first before I went to North Verudo. You guys may go ahead. Now that we know the passes work, you don't have to just stay here and just mosey around. You can actually go up there and speak with the Adventurers Guild, or possibly even there's a medical facility up there that the old lady was telling us about. So if you have any further questions, perhaps they could answer it. But I'm gonna go to the farming district and look for him because
Speaking of, should we tell what's the space that we don't need his help anymore?
Oh, Louis.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys.
Well, I think that's kind of his job anyways. He make the things, he sell them. I mean, if we don't
Well, yeah,
show up
but
to
we-
make them, I'm sure we'll find a home for them.
Yeah, I was just the conscious thought.
It wouldn't hurt to give him a shout.
Yeah.
Drop him a line.
I'll go bother him, sure, why not? I love bothering people.
Okay, so, so who is going with whom and where?
I am going alone, as far as I know, to the farming district.
Well,
Okay.
I was gonna quickly say that I'm just gonna go, tell Louis that he can make those passes for somebody else, and after that, head back to the group.
Yeah, he does like, okay, well, I guess I can make, more, he can make more benefit selling it to someone else rather than giving it to you guys for free.
Yeah, see you later, Louis.
Yeah, he's coughing even harder than before.
Mm.
But at the same time, you start to feel a little scratch in your throat, Shizumu.
Ah. Shrug. She'll deal with it later. Sooner than later. Who knows when? Ooh.
But yeah, that's it. And for Jirak, you heading towards the farming district. And
Yes. And as far as I know, let me find where I wrote it down. It doesn't. They didn't really give me instructions of where he's located. It just says that they're in the farming district. So I would have to go find them somewhere in there.
You can ask around.
Yeah, that was my plan.
Yeah, well, people indeed knows who Zan and his uncle are, and again, it's, people knows each other. And you have arrived at this little brick house, average size. It actually looks a little bit nicer, not too nice, but comparing to
And the
the
surrounding
other
buildings, yeah.
the surroundings, is decent. And outside you see Zen just kind of doing some yard work, planting something.
Okay. I approach her and I mention, hey, well, we inside now.
You're out.
Yeah, so I approach her and I say, hey, it's it's been a bit, but luckily I was able to find you guys, and I'm hoping that your uncle's inside.
Oh, hey. Yes, but maybe he's not in a very good condition. Yes, right now.
Questions. So that's actually why I came here. Part of why I came here, at least. Would he? Does he happen to have a cough right now?
Well, he has been having it for quite a while.
Has he been sick, as far as you could tell, like bedridden?
Since yesterday, unfortunately.
Okay.
I
I do
mean, is
want to.
there anything of urgent that I can help you with?
Yes, actually. Um, do not be afraid to come find me in Verudo if his condition worsens, because there's some kind of, I would say, abnormal sickness going around the town, and if he's in no condition to talk right now, then I mean, I
Well,
would
he
request to
can
go.
talk, but he's a he's a little grumpy because he's not, you know, his best self right now. But if you really want to speak to him, I can ask him
i-
real quick.
If it wouldn't be too much, yes.
You run in the house and you hear talking, and she come out and she's like, "Come on in, but just warning, my uncle is not the most friendly when he's sick."
Uh,
And you go
uh,
into their house, and is a dwarf style kind of house, and uh, there's this old dwarf guy, got like a big beard. He's kind of laying on like one of those like chair recliner um next to the hearth, and he just glanced at you. And Zen said, "Hey, uncle. Uh, well, you remember, you know, a couple of people I met when I was outside. Who would like to have a word with you?"
Really, Zen? Hunters? You brought hunters into our house.
Well, they're not like normal hunters. They're
Ugh,
different.
yeah,
They
we'll
help
see
me
about that.
out.
Wait a second. What's your name, son?
my name?
Yes, your name. You see anybody else here?
Fair enough. My name is Jirak.
Jirak. Jirak, I think I've heard of you. What have you been up to the past few days?
Um, well, uh, just got here not too long ago in Verudo. As I'm sure Zen has already told you, met her at Lord Firemane's shrine. I came into the city after that, and we had walked around, tried to go to Northern Verudo to consult with the Hunters Guild. And we're not from here. We're actually from.
He holds his palm up and stops you and says, Hold on, I get the feeling that's going to take a while. Let me ask you this. Have you been doing anything with an old lady?
I did come across one old lady, yes,
And?
and a Mufa.
Ah, so you're the ones who brought back Lady Bella. Well, well, well. Maybe you're not as bad as the rest of the shit gang up in the northern city is.
No, we're like as I said, we're kind of surprised ourselves how Verdo had treated us so far. It's very different from Kokoto, from where at least I came from.
I see. Kokoto. Small fries compared to what you see here, huh?
I would say so, but I do miss Kokoto a little bit as it's a lot more welcoming than here.
Mm.
It's certainly a change of scenery, but
You
it
know,
is different.
I've been there before. It was nice. People looked out for each other. A real sense of community. You don't get that here. Not often. At least, well, you know, we outsiders, we look out for each other. Those in the inner, they they hoard and they keep us out.
What?
It's not right.
Why exactly? Just a sense of just needing to, or being outsiders. They just feel like you're not worthy.
Oh, it's always been
Or
this way. It's the fortified city, you know. And the fortress, well, can't fit us all. So, up sprung the outer Verudo. Got our farms here. We got the south side of the city.
We've got the slums to the east, and that's where the folks who can't afford to buy the prestige needed to get into the inner fortress, that's where we live. Wouldn't be so bad if they turned their eye toward us every now and then.
I agree. I actually didn't catch the older lady's name. We just brought back her Mufa for her again, because we showed up and seemed like she was in, I don't want to say dire condition, but uh, not exactly in the best of conditions I've seen, and that's actually part of why I came here. Is I came to ask you, on top of many many different things I need to ask you, because it is kind of urgent at the moment. What do you recognize anything strange that's been going on here recently, as far as perhaps people falling ill or anything mystical out of the ordinary? As I said, I'm new here, and there's a lot of stuff I don't recognize, or some signs I might be missing for uh,
Well,
to make sure.
doesn't take a lot of perception to notice that most of the city's got this bug going around. We're all coughing.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
But-
So
Well, go ahead.
I've been affiliated with the Hunters Guild for a long time, but being a hunter myself, it's actually rather new for me. For the last God knows how many centuries, I've been working behind a desk, just researching the natural world at large. It's very odd that uh, there's many things that I haven't seen before, and upon coming to this town, I've noticed that some people aren't exactly in the best of shape. What do you have any idea what might be causing that? I mean, I stopped do you know who Aldor Pickle is? I'm
Aye.
assuming not.
No.
You do?
Yeah, I know him. He's all right.
Yeah, he's
bit
a
of
little
black.
on the odd side, but he does have a great library. I stopped in there to read some of it, and I came across this book talking about where is it? Talking about a lord. He told me not to speak his name, so I'll just mention his title. Are you aware of a Lord of Bone? Does that ring any bells?
Nobody that I worship. But
Okay.
no, I don't know. It's not ringing any bells right now. I'll think about it. Ask around.
Okay. And then the other, well, all right, that's fair. I figured I would shoot my shot at that. The other thing I came here to talk to you about was, I actually, when we met Zen at the Fire Main Shrine, it actually kind of took me by surprise. Not that she was there, but also partly that I had no idea what this was. I had not, like I said, I've lived pretty much my entire life in and around Kokoto. I was very ignorant to a lot of different cultures and religions and whatnot outside of there. But your last name, Ilian, where did you get that from? Like, I mean, obviously your family, but I noticed it's just you two here. Is there anyone else here that shares your name?
Ilian ain't my last name. My last name is Witain.
Witain, okay.
It's Zen's last name, though.
Where is you're her uncle, correct?
Aye.
What happened to her? Do you know where her parents or her any other relatives she might have are?
His face grows a little bit stony. Roll persuasion.
Persuasion. Okay.
Oh, you just died real quick.
Yeah,
Did
I
you
don't know
not
why I
see
did that. I don't know. I didn't click that.
That's pretty good. So his face goes a bit stony for a moment, and then says, "Interesting that you're asking. You know, you remind me of someone. The name Ilian comes from a Bavarian, like yourself.
That it does.
Yeah, went by the name of Hanjo. Do you know him?
I did. a very, very long time ago. Do you know what became of him, or? Oh, real quick, I don't think we addressed this. Is Karamir, he's a Wyverian too, right?
No, he's a dwarf.
Okay, that was not disclosed. Okay, so,
No, well, I said you walked into a dwarfed house.
your mic didn't pick that part up, or I zoned it out, my
Yeah,
bad.
Also,
he's
Zen
dwarfy.
is half dwarf, half
Half
Wyverian.
Okay. Okay, so I ask Karamir again, do you know what became of him, or how have you met him?
I met him
How recently?
a long time ago now.
About how long ago, if you could guess?
He thinks long and hard on that question. He's still thinking. He's still thinking. It says, "Oh, the years really get past you. Uh, I I don't like talking about them very much. Needless to say, he.
You know
Zen,
what?
do you mind going outside for this one?
Okay, sure. And then she left hastily.
Look, Anjo was a real fucking piece of work, if you ask me. He left my sister, and the poor lass had a little Zen here all on her own. Died in childbirth. She never knew either of her parents.
Why you don't know why he left? I've been trying to. So, I haven't fully disclosed why I'm asking this. I actually grew up with Hanjo years and years ago, almost countless lifetimes ago at this point, and I never knew what became of him. I knew he went out on. As far last that I knew of him, he went on some hunt for some monster, and I just never heard from him again. I figured he had just never came back. It's a hunt gone south. While I'm showing this to him, I actually I pull up, or I bring my hand up and I actually take off um the ring, and I pull the necklace out from under my leather shirt or whatever, and I show them both of them. I said these are the last two things he had given me before he had went off, and I hadn't seen him again. And this must have been six. I mean, I agree with you. The years do get to you after a certain amount of time. But this is well over 600 years ago. It's been a very long time, and I hadn't heard his name in, I would say, practically forever until I had met Zen, and that kind of took me by surprise. Do you know anything else? Like, you have no idea what would cause him to do that, or uh, I
Well,
kind of stopped there.
it weren't no 600 years ago that he was here. So what happened between then and when he showed up in town? Well, it's not for me to say. Who knows?
Okay.
But he talked big shit all about making the outer city a better place for the Southerners to live, and then one day, just up and left, as you say. It's a bit of a pattern, don't you think?
I apparently just one day. Did he left before Zen was born?
Aye, yeah. Hardly
Okay.
before we knew that her mother was pregnant.
Wow. Okay. He didn't leave any. There were no signs, or he didn't mention anything about where he might have been going, or what aspirations he had aside from making the Outer Lands a better place.
Not to me. Of course, we weren't the best of friends, but we were all right to each other. But
Okay.
what he might have said to my sister, well, who knows? I'm afraid she's taken that one to the grave.
It would seem. Um, I don't have any further questions at the moment. I'm assuming that Zen probably knows nothing of that either if you'd never met him before, or either one of her parents for that matter.
No, don't you go talking to Zin about Hanjo now.
No,
He's
no.
gone, and it's better off that way. Look, the only thing I know is rumor had that he went off to
To the deserts somewhere. Down south. Far away. What he was doing there, couldn't say.
Okay. Well, I that's more than enough information that I've been searching so long for, and I really do appreciate everything you've been able to share for me, and I'll make sure not to mention it to Zen as best as I can. I don't want to bring up any past trauma if she's even aware of it. I'm hoping she's not. That would be pretty terrible to grow up with. Um, but like I said, this weird, strange sickness that's been going around. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to dispatch it. I don't want anyone else suffering out here, and I've got the vibe from the local folk here that the Northerners, the Northern what do you call them? Verudians?
Viridian?
Not Viridian. Let's go. That's green people.
Viridian City?
Yeah. No, I would say Verusians. The Northern Verusians can be kind of what's the word? Uh, Stuck up
Apathetic.
when it comes to, yeah, pretty much, when it comes to people who are not from up north.
Aye.
And I don't want to see the same fate. I mean, hoping old woman's not gone, but you know, I would hope. I'm trying to figure out how to help her out. And I noticed that you've got a bit of a cough. Might I ask how long you've had that for?
Oh, a couple days now.
Couple days? Okay. Well, make sure that you get some rest and, you know, stay safe. If something crazy comes up or out of the ordinary that you think I might need to know about, please let Zen know and send her for me, or I can just send her. I'm usually going to be at Aldor's. You can probably just send her there and I'll find me there.
Aye. Well, appreciate your words, friend. But I tell you what, we dwarves, we're a pretty hardy breed. Sure, this is nothing I can't shake off. And just get
I hope
get past
so.
these body aches. I'll be all right again.
I hope so. Okay, and then
hey.
I walk outside and do you have something else to say?
As you're turning to leave, he speaks up again and says, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. It's not often that hunters will be looking at anybody but themselves, you know, especially the ones in this city.
That's the vibe that I've gotten from everyone else here, and even in Kokoto, we actually, I haven't told anyone else in the city this, but the hunting group before us was severely injured by some type of mysterious either monster or poison or something. And I mean, they thankfully survived as far as I could tell, but we had left town before we saw them fully recover, and we had taken over their duties as far as the main hunting party of Kokoto. Even the people up there didn't. They seemed very full of themselves, almost like they were seemed like above everyone else. And I don't want to be the change you want to see in this world. You know what I mean? You don't want to just because you took someone's job doesn't mean you have to act like them.
Aye. Well, best of luck to you.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my folks will be looking after you.
All right. So I leave and I thank Zen for waiting outside, and I I just tell her to keep a good eye on Karamir and make sure he doesn't, if he gets any worse or if he starts developing other symptoms, please just send for me or meet me at Aldor's so I can come take a look at him, and I'm gonna do what I can to figure out what's going on here and help them out any way I can. The non-northerners of Verudo.
She thanks you, and she also said, well, if you guys ever come across a cure or whatnot, could you please help us out? Because my uncle, he keeps saying he's tough and whatnot, but I know him, and he's probably in pain, he's been moaning in his sleep and whatnot.
I understand.
And as the farming district chief himself, I wouldn't want him to stay sick because the moral of the farming district is already pretty low.
Morale.
And
Okay.
yeah, the morale, of the people around here, and Uncle Koromir is, one of the people that the people around here rely on. I really wish, my uncle to not be sick at all, if anything.
Again, like I said, that's my wish. And actually, before I leave, how do I do this? So I have a small knife in my backpack, and I go over to a tree. I like I would assume like a not a dying tree, but like
Okay.
I can rip the bark off, and I
Okay.
kind of roughly etch the symbol of the. I'm not the best drawer in the world, but I kind of roughly etch the hand with a broken wrist, or sorry, the hand bound in a wrist with a cord through it, and just kind of give this to her and say, "This, I don't know if it's gonna, help you in any way, but this is supposed to ward off suffering and ease pain. So just keep this by the front door, or with Caramir and yourselves."
She seems confused at what you were doing. She recognized the symbol, but she never seen people just
Again, I
do it
don't
on
know.
the bark of a tree like that.
I don't know if it's what you're supposed to do, but it's better than nothing. It shows that I
It
care.
sounds
Okay.
like a weird ritual. She looked confused, but she accepted out of politeness, and she's, "Oh, okay, thank you." It's the broken god, yeah, I recognize this.
You're supposed to do
Oh.
a heart around it in the tree trunk too.
Yeah, draw a little, put some glitter on it, all that.
Yeah. Well, whatever you might do, my best wishes to you.
Okay,
And
and
she
then
sent you out.
Okay, and then they are, the rest of them they're at the gate, right? While I'm doing all this, or they're going towards the gate.
Correct. You took. Oh. I goofed.
Okay.
So yeah. Everybody's gathering at the gate.
Yeah.
Was I able to catch up to them, or are they already through it?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you catch up with them. They're just gathering around,
Okay.
checking on people, coughing and whatnot. So now you guys are there.
Okay. So, oh, hello.
There you go.
Izumo's kind of keeping a distance from everybody else as they're walking about. He hasn't said a word, and she's kind of just looking on.
So Davon, I will go up there with him, because we had already seen that Sadavir's past works, so I assume they're not going to ask for his pass again, but they might.
You
Um,
guys
I
see
mean-
the same old two guards that you met before.
Yeah, and we more confidently walk up to them. We not necessarily a swag walk, but we don't feel as timid as we did before.
Right.
Well. Look what the cat dragged back. Is that the saying?
Something close to that.
I don't think anyone has ever said that.
Oh, I said it right now.
Don't you be the first. Well done.
Thank you. Are you making fun of me?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Guys, let me demonstrate. I did this earlier with this guy, Xavier. And I pull out the little gate pass from between my chest, and I walk up to the guards and I was like, "Here you go." And
You say it like that? Here
Here
you
you
go.
here you go. I got the pass.
Well, thank you, darling. And he takes out his little device, and as he holds it over the code, you hear a beep.
And then I jumped over. I just hop over the little ledge. Like, I'm in it, and I jump back out. I'm outside of it, and I jump back in, and I was like,
Wait,
I'm
gotta
in
scan you again. Hold on, kept going in and out like that. Let me see it again.
Every time you jump out, you gotta get
it.
scanned.
You know me. I've
Hey,
been in this gate all day.
no exceptions for the cute ones. Come on now.
Okay. Well, I'll see you guys more often. And then I was like, guys, come. It works. We're in.
All right.
Yep. I'll wave Davon to go ahead of me.
Yeah, Davon will go and hand over or offer the pass to be scanned.
Sure. He'll scan you in as well.
Davon
All
walks
right.
past him.
Enjoy your stay. Don't be causing any trouble.
While I'm walking up to him, or to both guards, in fact, I'm actually gonna let Shizuma go ahead of me real quick, because I'm kind of glancing the guards up and down. Do I see any markings on them? Like, or they just look like normal guards?
Markings you looking for, bro?
But, I don't know, something out of the ordinary, like the Talon mark or something. You never know. You've
Like
On-
insignias.
You've kind of setting forth like a conspiracy theory for me, so I'm kind of
On
kind of
the
sus of everybody.
guards?
You never know.
Okay.
Like once you see something sussy, you have to suss everyone. You know what I mean?
Okay. No, there's nothing on the guard. They're just
See,
wearing.
that was easy. See?
They're just wearing uniforms.
Okay.
No
Then
sussy icons, anything.
does Shizumu do something weird when she hands him the pass?
She doesn't do anything weird because, well, she doesn't have to do anything weird. She just is weird. She kind of just like holds out the pass and just like glaring at him under her cowl.
He winces a little bit, but holds out his device at arm's length. And right, enjoy your stay.
She'll walk past him.
Okay. And well, as soon as you guys walk through the gate, the scenery changes. Welcome to North Verudo.
Very cool.
So let me move you back to. God, where is it? There it is.
Is it like the bird's eye view map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
You
we go.
rolled a
Thank you.
lot of ones today.
We have been. We got a
3
bad
of them.
seed for randomness.
We've only rolled like
So-
9 or 10 times today, and 3 of them were ones. That's pretty bad.
How do you like that? So,
Yeah, 2 of
as
them are
you
mine.
enter past the threshold of the towering gates there, and the impressive stone walls topped with glistening cannons, among other fortifications there, you enter into what feels like an entirely different city. The floors here are not quite as worn and dirty, the cobblestones. They seem freshly swept, and neat marble paths line many of the streets here. Decorative plants, trees, bushes, all well watered and well groomed and manicured, are dotted all over the city here. And notably, as you walk down this front path here, walking by some of the more opulent looking houses here, you notice that there is a very similar looking structure to what you had seen in the outer city. The Platinum Court, the 5 gods here, represented now in larger, glistening white marble statues, polished and almost sparkling white in the sun. They surround a beautiful fountain where water streams up in courses. The people walking about are all dressed in finery for the most part, though certainly there are a good deal of hunters here as well, carrying large weapons and dressed in armors from decorated with monsters you can't even imagine. So as you begin to stroll through the city here, looking about, taking in all of the sights that you're seeing here, your eyes are drawn to several buildings which seem to dominate the overall city skyline in here. On the far west, you see a building that looks a bit like a library or an archive of sorts. It has tall dormers and towers on the 4 corners with a large dome structure in the middle there. And even in the far distance, you can see the bronze lettering over the door saying Y Academy. On the northwestern portion of the inner city here, you see a large, almost parliamentary-looking building with tall, multiple-story-high stained glass windows in the front. Yes. It is well guarded with royal guards posted on all sides there, and very important looking noblemen and women come in and out at their leisure. And perhaps most notably of all is the keep. This massive stone fortress, a fortress within a fortress, if you will, is the dominating force here in the inner city, towering above everything else around it. Its tall parapets dotted with even more cannons and fortifications. The highest concentration of hunters seem to be coming and going from this facility, coming and going as they please, laughing with each other, and yeah, quite a bit of activity coming and going from the keep here. Aside from, again, some of the opulent and rather beautiful homes and houses that you see scattered about the city here, you also see a smaller building off to the east. Looking a bit more squat and a bit more reserved, not quite as decorative as everything else. You see a small red cross painted on the second floor. So, as your eyes and your senses begin to acclimate to the rather shocking difference of the inner city, I think that's where we will wrap things up for tonight until next
All right.
time.
That's a good stopping point.
But as you come through the gate here and feel, proud, and you feel, a sense of completion as you have managed to, achieve these seemingly unachievable here, you can get 500 experience from that, as well as 500 experience from the 2 quests that you turned in earlier, for a
Oh,
total
boy.
of 1,000 additional XP, taking everybody to 4490.
That makes it easy to do.
I'm so
Uh-huh.
glad. I'm so glad that Foundry lets us just put fucking add plus and then a number. Boom, calculations done for us.
Yeah. Not bad. We're getting there to level 5. We're
Oh,
close.
you sure are.
We will get there soon. Yeah, that's
All
good.
right.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everybody for playing. I hope everybody have fun. Any ideas what you guys would like to do first thing now that you're in the inner city?
No
Oh,
clue.
definitely.
I'm going to that Y Academy.
No clue. I'll figure out the moment we load it up again next week.
Yeah. But we
Yeah.
do appreciate everybody tuning in, though. We appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Ah,
Thank you, everybody. Very role play heavy tonight, but I assure you, we do hunt monsters from time to time.
We got a
We most
follow?
certainly will
Ooh.
next time.
surely we do hunt
Uh,
monsters.
No,
For sure.
I would say that was a good non-combat session. I don't
Yeah,
think that was
no,
bad
that
at
was
all.
great. You guys did a great job. You flew through that puzzle. I fully expected quite a bit of pounding on the desk, but
Hey,
yeah,
I figured out like 4 parts immediately. There was no shot we were getting stuck on
Yeah,
that.
that was actually very fast. Yeah.
you
Hey,
guys did a
Cat
great
knocked
job
that
with
one
that.
out. That was
My
wild.
my brain turned on for like a split second, and I just zoomed through half of the puzzle.
Yeah, you guys did great. All right, well, excellent.
right.
So,
All right.
yeah, we will catch you all next time. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye.
Yes.
Thanks.
Wait,
Bye.
hold up.
Got a plug.
Yes, I know. Please come for our next session at on Tuesday at 7 p.m. EST. And we have a YouTube channel with a single episode on it, but we'll post more.
I'm working on
You
that.
guys wanna
Sure.
see more
TM,
stuff?
TM.
Yep.
Yeah. But
Good.
anyways, have a good night. Thank you, and don't forget to follow if you haven't.
Yup.
Alright.
Boy.
Yep.
Ah.
Bye.
There we go. Bye.
Bye.